I have worked as a structural inspector for the State Transit Authority for 22 years. My job is not glamorous, but it is essential. I am the person who walks the tracks when the world is asleep to ensure that the concrete is not crumbling and the steel is not bowing under the weight of a million commuters. I have seen every inch of the subterranean network. I know the smell of damp limestone and the specific hum of high-voltage cables. I am not a man who believes in ghost stories or urban legends. To me, a tunnel is just a tube of reinforced materials designed to move people from one point to another. I rely on my sensors and my flashlight and my boots. If a wall is leaking, I find the source. If a beam is cracked, I mark it for repair. My mind is trained to look for logical explanations for every sound and every shadow. The tunnel located between the old shipyard station and the Northern Bay Crossing is one of the oldest sections in my district. It was built over 90 years ago. It is deep and narrow and lined with brickwork that predates the modern pouring methods we use today. Most inspectors do not like it because it is cramped and smells like old salt water, but I always appreciated the craftsmanship of the masonry. On a Tuesday night in late October, I entered the shipyard access point at exactly 2:00 in the morning. The air was thick and humid, as it usually is in the autumn months. The temperature was a steady 68 degrees. I could feel the sweat beginning to form under my safety vest as I started my 3-mile walk toward the bay. The first mile was routine. I checked the drainage grates and inspected the telegraph wires that still run along the upper molding. Everything was normal. The sound of my own footsteps echoed back to me in a rhythmic, steady beat. In a tunnel this deep, you do not hear the city above. You do not hear the cars or the sirens. You only hear the breathing of the earth and the occasional drip of condensation. It is a lonely environment, but I have never felt truly alone until that night. About 1.5 miles into the trek, I noticed a change. It did not happen all at once. It was not a sudden gust of wind. It was a gradual tightening of the air. I checked my digital thermometer. The screen showed 68 degrees, then it flickered. Within the span of 10 steps, the reading dropped to 50 degrees, then 40. Then 30. I stopped walking and held the device out in front of me. The numbers were tumbling so fast that the liquid crystal display struggled to keep up. It was not like a cold day in winter. It was a sterile, aggressive type of cold. It felt like walking into a commercial deep freezer. My breath began to bloom in front of my face in thick white clouds. This should not have been possible. There are no ventilation shafts in this section that lead to the surface, and even if there were, the temperature outside was a mild 55 degrees. The air inside the tunnel was now significantly colder than the air above the ground. I reached out to touch the brick wall. My fingers did not meet damp stone. They met a layer of frost so thin and sharp that it felt like microscopic glass. I pulled my hand back and shined my light along the curve of the ceiling. The moisture that usually clings to the pipes had frozen into long, jagged needles of ice. They looked like teeth. I stood there in the center of the tracks, trying to find a reason for the shift. I thought perhaps a liquid nitrogen line had ruptured in the industrial park above me. I checked my oxygen sensor, but the levels were perfect. There was no gas leak. There was only the cold. It was a heavy silence that seemed to press against my eardrums. In my 22 years of service, I had never known the ground to lose its heat so violently. I decided to move forward because the exit at the bay crossing was closer than the entrance I had left behind. As I walked, the sound of my boots changed. Instead of the dull thud of rubber on concrete, there was a sharp metallic crunch. The ground was covered in a layer of black ice that had not been there 5 minutes ago. I had to slow my pace to avoid slipping. Every time I exhaled, the cloud of my breath stayed suspended in the air for too long. It did not dissipate. It hung there like a ghost of my own making. I began to feel a sensation on the back of my neck. It was not the cold. It was the feeling of being watched by something that did not have eyes. I turned around and swept my light back toward the shipyard station. The tunnel was empty. The beams of my flashlight hit the frost on the walls and scattered into 1,000 tiny diamonds of light. It was beautiful in a way that felt dangerous. I noticed then that the silence had changed. It was no longer the absence of noise. It was a physical weight. My own footsteps were becoming quieter, as if the air was too thick to carry the sound. I reached the 2-mile mark and the temperature hit 0 degrees. My eyelashes were beginning to stick together. My nose was numb. I felt a deep primal urge to run, but the ice made speed impossible. Then I heard it. It was not a voice and it was not a machine. It was a sound like a wet sheet being snapped in the wind. It came from the darkness ahead of me. I froze in place. I held my breath to listen. The sound repeated, snap, snap, snap. It was rhythmic and slow. It sounded like something very large was moving through the frozen air and displacing it. I told myself it was just the metal pipes contracting in the sudden cold. Metal makes noise when the temperature shifts. That is basic physics. I repeated this to myself like a prayer. I told myself that I was a professional and that I was safe. But my gut told me that metal does not snap with the sound of wet fabric. I moved the light toward the source of the noise. The beam cut through the dark, but it seemed to die out before it hit anything solid. The air in front of me was so cold that it was becoming opaque. It was like looking through a veil of frozen smoke. I saw a shape. It was not a person and it was not a shadow. It was a distortion in the air. It looked like a ripple in a pond, but it was standing upright in the middle of the tracks. It was darker than the surrounding darkness. It did not reflect the light of my flashlight. It absorbed it. I stood paralyzed as the distortion began to move toward me. It did not walk. It did not glide. It simply occupied more space as it approached. The temperature took another plunge. My thermometer beeped once and then the screen went black. The batteries had frozen solid. I could feel the hair on my arms standing up. The cold was now so intense that it felt like it was burning my skin. I tried to speak, but my throat was too dry. I wanted to ask who was there, but I knew there was no person in that tunnel. There was only the thing that had turned the world to ice. The distortion stopped about 20 feet away from me. The snapping sound grew louder and more frequent. It was the sound of the frost on the walls cracking as the entity passed by them. I realized then that the cold was not a byproduct of this thing. The cold was the thing itself. It was a vacuum of heat. It was a hole in the world where warmth could not exist. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes fixed on the dark ripple. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard that it hurt. I reached into my pocket and found my emergency flare. My fingers were so stiff that I could barely grip the plastic casing. I managed to strike the flare. A brilliant burst of red light filled the tunnel. For a second, the heat from the chemical flame felt like a miracle. I saw the tunnel clearly for the first time in minutes. The walls were entirely white with thick hoarfrost. The tracks were buried under a carpet of frozen mist, and there in the center of the red glow was the distortion. It looked like a tall, thin tear in reality. It had no face and no limbs. It was just a jagged vertical line of nothingness. When the red light hit it, the thing recoiled. It did not like the heat. It did not like the light. It let out a sound that I will never forget. It was a low, vibrating hum that shook the marrow in my bones. I did not wait to see what it would do next. I turned and ran. I did not care about the ice. I did not care about my equipment. I ran with a desperation I had never known. I could feel the entity behind me. The air was getting even colder if that was possible. My lungs felt like they were being filled with needles. I could hear the snapping sound getting faster and closer. It was right at my heels. I could feel the warmth leaving my body, as if the thing was drinking the very life from my blood. I saw the light of the bay crossing station in the distance. It was a tiny yellow dot at the end of a long, dark throat. I pushed myself harder. My boots slipped and I fell hard on the ice. I scrambled up and kept going. I did not look back. I could feel the temperature beginning to shift again. It went from the biting, lethal cold of the void to the sharp chill of a normal winter night. Then it became cool. Then it became lukewarm. By the time I reached the 3-mile marker, the air was heavy and humid again. I burst through the final gate of the Bay Crossing station and collapsed onto the platform. The temperature there was a steady 70 degrees. I lay on the concrete gasping for air that did not burn. I stayed there for a long time until my breathing slowed. I looked at my hands. They were white and shaking. I looked back into the tunnel. The darkness looked normal. There was no frost. There was no mist. There was no snapping sound. It was just a tube of brick and steel. I gathered my things and walked to the surface. I did not report what I saw to my supervisor. I told them that the thermometer had malfunctioned and that I had slipped on some oil. I knew that if I told the truth, they would take my badge and put me in a hospital. I have not been back to the shipyard tunnel since that night. I requested a transfer to the bridge inspection unit. I prefer the wind and the heights to the silence of the underground, but I am changed. I cannot stand the cold anymore. I keep my thermostat at 80 degrees even in the summer. I cannot look at ice cubes without feeling a knot of terror in my stomach. Sometimes when I am lying in bed, I feel a sudden drop in the temperature of the room. It only lasts for a second, but it is enough to make me freeze in place. I know that the thing in the tunnel is still there. I know that it is waiting in the dark where the heat cannot reach. I often wonder if it followed me out or if it is just a memory that has made a home in my bones. Have you ever felt a cold that did not belong in the room with you? The transition from the underground tunnels to the steel suspension cables of the high bridges was supposed to be my salvation. I believed that by climbing toward the sun and the open sky, I could distance myself from the memory of that frozen void. For the first few months in the bridge unit, I spent my days suspended in a safety harness hundreds of feet above the churning gray waters of the bay. The wind was constant and the salt spray was sharp, but it was a natural cold. It was a cold that belonged to the world. I could look at the thermometer on my wrist and see it hold steady at 45 degrees or 50 degrees, and I would feel a sense of relief that almost brought me to tears. I told myself that the shipyard tunnel was a localized phenomenon, or perhaps a momentary lapse in my own sanity brought on by 2 decades of breathing stagnant air. My new partner is a young man named Marcus who has only been with the authority for 3 years. He is full of energy and talk. He does not understand why I insist on wearing 3 layers of thermal wool even when the sun is shining directly on the girders. He laughs when he sees me checking the digital readout of my temperature sensor every 10 minutes. I do not mind the laughter. I would rather be the joke of the department than ever feel that silent snap of freezing air again. We spend our mornings checking the tension of the suspension bolts and looking for signs of oxidation on the primary cables. It is honest work. It is logical work. However, the change began to manifest in small ways that I could not ignore. It started during a routine inspection of the western pylon on a Tuesday afternoon in early December. The weather was clear, and the temperature was a brisk 42 degrees. Marcus was 30 feet above me on the catwalk, shouting something about a loose bracket. I was leaning against the cold steel of the main pylon when I felt it. It was not a drop in the ambient temperature of the bay. It was a localized sensation on the palm of my hand. The steel beneath my glove went from cold to lethal in the span of a single heartbeat. I pulled my hand away and saw that the heavy industrial fabric of my glove was covered in a fine white powder. It was hoarfrost. I looked up at Marcus, but he was still whistling a tune and tightening a bolt. The sun was still hitting the metal. There was no reason for ice to form on a surface exposed to direct light in 40-degree weather. I reached out and touched the spot again with my bare index finger. The pain was immediate and absolute. It felt as if the pylon had been dipped in liquid nitrogen. My skin stuck to the metal for a fraction of a second before I jerked it away, leaving a small red mark behind. I looked at the thermometer. It still read 42 degrees. The air around me was fine, but the pylon itself was dying. The heat was being sucked out of the steel by something I could not see. I began to realize then that the entity from the shipyard tunnel was not a stationary haunting. It was not bound to the brickwork or the damp limestone of the subterranean network. It was a predator, and it had developed a taste for my heat. I am a man of science and structure, but I could no longer deny the evidence of my own senses. The thing had marked me. It had followed the trail of my fear from the depths of the earth to the heights of the sky. I spent the rest of the shift in a state of quiet panic. I watched the shadows of the cables as they swayed in the wind. Every time a cloud passed over the sun, I braced myself for the snapping sound of the frost. When I returned home that evening, I turned the furnace up to 85 degrees. I sat in my living room wearing a heavy parka and sipping boiling water. My skin felt tight and dry. I looked at the windows of my apartment and saw the condensation forming on the inside of the glass. The heat was suffocating for anyone else, but for me it was a thin shield. I began to research the history of the shipyard tunnel in the public archives during my off hours. I spent nights in the library looking through old news reports and construction logs from the 1930s. I found nothing about ghosts or monsters. What I found was something far more unsettling. During the original excavation of the shipyard section, the workers had encountered a pocket of air that defied explanation. 3 men had died during the night shift in 1932. The official report listed the cause of death as heart failure due to extreme exposure, but the temperature in the tunnel at the time had been recorded at 60 degrees. The survivors spoke of a silence that moved. They spoke of a cold that felt like a solid object. The company had hushed up the incident to avoid a work stoppage, and the tunnel was completed 6 months later. Since that time, there had been a dozen reports of inspectors disappearing or resigning abruptly after being assigned to that specific stretch of track. I realized that I was not the first person to see the distortion. I was simply the first one who had run fast enough to survive the initial encounter. But survival is a relative term when you are being hunted by a vacuum. The thing in the tunnel was a hunger. It was an absence of energy that sought to fill itself with the warmth of living things. By escaping, I had only prolonged the process. I had become a beacon for it. The following week, the incidents became more frequent. I would be sitting in a diner, and the coffee in my mug would turn to a solid block of brown ice while the steam was still rising from the surface. I would wake up in the middle of the night to find the blankets on my bed stiff with frost while the heater in the corner was glowing red with effort. The snapping sound returned. It was no longer a distant echo in a tunnel. It was a soft, rhythmic click that seemed to come from the corners of my eyes. Snap, snap, snap. It was the sound of the world cracking under the pressure of an impossible winter. I decided that I could not keep running. If I stayed in the city, it would eventually catch me in a place where I could not escape. I would be found in an elevator or a closet frozen into a statue of meat and bone. I needed to understand what the distortion was and if it could be stopped. I returned to the shipyard access point on a Friday night at 3 o'clock in the morning. I did not bring my standard inspection gear. I brought a high-intensity propane torch and 3 gallons of industrial fuel. I brought a dozen emergency flares and a heavy-duty thermal suit designed for Arctic research. The shipyard station was empty and silent. The air felt normal as I descended the stairs, but I knew better than to trust the stillness. I walked past the turnstiles and onto the tracks. The smell of damp limestone was gone. It had been replaced by a sterile scent that reminded me of a hospital morgue. I walked a mile into the darkness and the temperature began to drop. It was not a gradual shift this time. It was a violent plunge. My breath became a thick fog that obscured my vision. The frost began to bloom on the walls in patterns that looked like geometric flowers. I reached the spot where I had first seen the distortion. I stopped and set down my supplies. I struck a flare and tossed it 20 feet ahead of me. The red light revealed the white tunnel. Every inch of the brickwork was covered in ice. The tracks were hidden beneath a foot of frozen mist. I could hear the snapping sound coming from all directions. It was no longer a single entity. It felt as if the entire tunnel was beginning to wake up. I felt a wave of cold hit my chest that was so powerful it knocked the wind out of me. I fell to my knees and fumbled for the propane torch. I clicked the igniter and a blue flame roared into life. I swept the torch in a wide arc in front of me. The ice on the ground hissed and turned into steam, but the cold did not retreat. It pressed in harder. The blue flame of the torch began to shrink. It turned yellow and then a dim flickering orange. The oxygen was not the problem. The heat itself was being extinguished. I could see the distortion now. It was standing directly in front of me less than 10 feet away. It was taller than it had been before. It looked like a jagged rip in a piece of black silk. It was a void that consumed the light of my flare and the heat of my torch. I did not run this time. I stood my ground and began to pour the industrial fuel onto the tracks. I soaked the wooden ties in the frozen gravel. I kept the torch held high even as the flame died down to a tiny spark. I spoke to the darkness. I asked it what it wanted. The only answer was the vibrating hum that shook my teeth. It was a sound of absolute loneliness. It was the sound of a universe that had already ended. The distortion moved closer. I could feel the moisture in my eyes beginning to freeze. My heart rate slowed to a crawl. I felt a strange sense of peace. The cold was not painful anymore. It was just heavy. I dropped the torch into the pool of fuel. A wall of fire erupted between me and the entity. The heat was staggering. The ice on the walls melted instantly and the water turned to scalding steam. For a moment, the tunnel was filled with a brilliant white light. I saw the distortion clearly. It was not a shadow. It was a window. Through the rip in the air, I saw a place that was not our world. I saw a landscape of black towers and frozen stars. I saw a sky that was the color of a bruised lung. There were thousands of the distortions floating in that dead air like seeds waiting for a wind. The fire burned hot and fast. The entity recoiled and let out a shriek that was not a sound but a sensation of pure agony. It pulled back into the darkness and the rip in the air began to close. I watched as the black towers and the frozen stars disappeared. The tunnel returned to its natural state of damp brick and rusted steel. The fire died down to a few flickering embers. I sat on the tracks, gasping for air. My thermal suit was scorched and my face was covered in soot, but I was warm. I was alive. I walked out of the tunnel as the sun was beginning to rise over the shipyard. The city was waking up. I could hear the distant sound of sirens and the hum of traffic on the bridge. I went back to my apartment and slept for 20 hours. When I woke up, the room was 70 degrees. I walked to the kitchen and opened the freezer. I took out a tray of ice and held a single cube in my hand. I watched it melt. I watched the water drip through my fingers and hit the floor. It was just water. It was just physics. I quit my job at the transit authority the next day. I took my pension and moved to a small town in the desert where the temperature rarely drops below 90 degrees. I spend my days sitting on my porch and watching the heat waves shimmer over the sand. I have a collection of thermometers in every room of my house, and I check them religiously. People in town think I am an eccentric old man who is afraid of a little breeze. They do not know what I know. They do not know that the world we live in is a thin skin of warmth stretched over a skeleton of infinite cold. Sometimes at night, when the desert wind dies down, I hear a soft snap coming from the corner of the room. I do not panic. I simply stand up and turn on every light in the house. I light a fire in the hearth and I wait for the sun to come back. I know that I cannot kill the thing from the tunnel. I can only keep it at bay with the fire of my own will. We are all just flickering candles in a very large and very dark room. I intend to keep my flame burning for as long as I can. I will never go back into the dark. I will never look for logical explanations again. Some things are not meant to be understood. Some things are only meant to be feared. The desert sun is high and bright today. The thermometer on the porch reads 105 degrees. I can feel the sweat dripping down my back, and it is the most beautiful sensation I have ever known. I am safe here for now, but I know that winter is coming. It is always coming, and somewhere in a tunnel beneath a city that never sleeps, a jagged line of nothingness is waiting for the heat to fade. It is patient. It has all the time in the world. Because in the end, the cold always wins. It is the natural state of the universe. We are just a temporary mistake. We are just a brief moment of warmth before the long silence returns. I close my eyes and feel the sun on my face, and I pray that the day will never end. The desert sun is a heavy weight that presses against the roof of my small house. It is a golden hammer that beats the earth into a state of submission, and I love every second of the heat. The temperature today has reached 112 degrees, and the air inside my living room is thick and dry. I have removed the insulation from the attic so that the heat of the roof can bleed directly into the ceiling. I have painted the exterior of the house a deep charcoal black so that it will absorb every stray photon of light that the sun dares to throw at this patch of sand. I sit in my chair and I watch the digital readout of the thermometer that I have bolted to the coffee table. It stays steady. It does not flicker. It does not drop. I am surrounded by a fortress of warmth, and yet I can feel the phantom of the shipyard tunnel scratching at the edges of my mind. I have lived in this dry wasteland for 3 years now. The people in the town of Ocotillo Wells call me the Furnace Man. They see me walking to the general store in the middle of July wearing a heavy denim jacket, and they shake their heads. They do not understand that I am not just hot. I am trying to stay liquid. I am trying to keep the molecular motion of my own body from slowing down to a terminal crawl. I spend my afternoons reading books about thermodynamics and the heat death of the universe. It is a morbid hobby, but it provides a framework for my fear. I know now that the thing I saw in the tunnel was not a ghost or a demon in the traditional sense. It was a puncture. It was a leak from a place where the fundamental laws of energy do not apply. It was an intrusion of absolute zero into a world of vibrant heat. Last night the wind changed. It was not the usual warm breeze that smells of sage and dust. It was a thin and whistling wind that seemed to come from nowhere. I was sitting on my porch watching the stars. I usually enjoy the stars because they are distant furnaces that prove the universe is not entirely dark. but last night they looked different. They looked like the frozen white eyes of a predator. They looked like the sparks of a fire that was nearly extinguished. I felt a sudden prickle of ice on the back of my neck. It was not a drop in the weather. The thermometer on the porch railing still read 94 degrees. The heat was there, but it was being ignored. The sensation was internal. It was as if a needle of frost had been inserted into my spine. I stood up and retreated into the house. I locked the door and turned on the auxiliary space heaters that I keep in the hallway. I have 7 of them. They are industrial-grade units that I modified to run on a dedicated circuit. Within 10 minutes, the temperature in the house rose to 98 degrees. My skin began to sweat, and I felt a brief moment of relief. I went to the kitchen to make a pot of coffee. I need the internal heat as much as the external. I reached for the handle of the stove and I stopped. The pilot light was out. I tried to click the igniter, but there was no spark. I smelled the gas, but it was not the sulfur scent of propane. It was the smell of the shipyard tunnel. It was the smell of a sterilized grave. I backed away from the stove and looked at the floor. A thin line of white frost was crawling across the linoleum. It was not coming from the windows or the doors. It was emerging from the shadows beneath the refrigerator. It moved with a slow and deliberate grace like the tentacle of an invisible octopus. I grabbed a heavy flashlight and shone it at the frost. The light did not reflect off the ice. It seemed to be absorbed by it. The white crystals were not made of frozen water. They were made of the absence of light. I heard the sound then. Snap. It was louder than it had been in the city. It sounded like a bone breaking in a quiet room. I realized that the desert was not a shield. I had been a fool to think that a few hundred miles of sand could protect me from a hunter that does not move through physical space. The entity had found me because I am a heat source. I am a bright spot in a dark landscape. Every time I turn up the thermostat, I am shouting my location into the void. The more I fight the cold, the more I attract the thing that feeds on energy. I am a battery that is being slowly drained by a leak in the universe. I stood in the center of my kitchen and watched the frost reach the legs of the table. The snapping sound was becoming a constant rhythm. It was a heartbeat of ice. I ran to the living room and grabbed my emergency bag. I have kept it packed since the day I arrived. It contains flares and a portable torch and several bottles of high-proof alcohol. I did not intend to stay and fight this time. I knew that the house was compromised. The entity was not outside trying to get in. It was already here. It was manifesting through the very heat I had tried to cultivate. I burst through the front door and ran toward my old truck. The desert air was still hot, but it felt brittle. It felt as if the atmosphere was a sheet of glass that was about to shatter. I jumped into the cab and cranked the engine. It groaned and protested, but it finally roared to life. I did not look back at the house. I knew that if I looked into the windows, I would see the distortion standing in my living room. I would see the rip in the air that leads to the black towers and the frozen stars. I drove west toward the mountains. I did not have a plan. I only knew that I needed to move. Motion is heat. Kinetic energy is the enemy of the cold. I pushed the truck to 80 miles per hour and watched the desert blur past me in the moonlight. The heater in the truck was blowing at full blast. I could feel the plastic of the vents beginning to soften from the intensity of the air. My hands were gripped so tightly around the steering wheel that my knuckles were white. I kept checking the rearview mirror. I did not see any headlights. I did not see any cars. I only saw the dark road and the shimmering heat waves of the desert floor. After an hour of driving, I reached the base of the mountains. The road began to twist and climb. As the altitude increased, the temperature outside began to drop. I watched the digital display on the dashboard. 80 degrees, 75 degrees, 68 degrees. I began to panic. I was driving toward the natural cold. I was leaving the safety of the lowlands and heading into the heights where the snow survives even in the spring. I tried to turn the truck around, but the road was too narrow and the drop-off was too steep. I had to keep going until I found a turnout or a summit. The engine began to sputter. I looked at the fuel gauge and saw that it was dropping rapidly. It was not a leak in the tank. The needle was moving as if something was drinking the gasoline directly from the line. The truck lost power and began to slow down. I shifted into a lower gear and tried to keep the momentum going, but it was useless. The vehicle came to a shuddering halt in the middle of a sharp curve. The headlights flickered and died. The dashboard went dark. The heater stopped blowing. Within seconds, the interior of the truck went from a sweltering oven to a meat locker. I sat in the silence and listened to the metal of the truck contract. Ticking sounds echoed through the frame. I reached for my bag and pulled out a flare. I struck it against the dashboard and the red light filled the cab. I looked out the side window and saw that the glass was already covered in a thick layer of rime. I could not see the road or the mountains. I could only see the white patterns of the frost. I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me. I have been running for years. I have spent thousands of dollars on heaters and fuel and insulation. I have sacrificed my career and my sanity to stay warm, and yet here I am. I am stuck in a dead machine on a dark mountain, and the cold has finally caught up to me. I opened the door and stepped out into the night. The air was thin and sharp. I could feel the moisture on my tongue turning to ice. I walked to the edge of the road and looked down into the canyon. It was a black pit that seemed to go on forever. I heard the snapping sound again. It was coming from the truck. I turned around and saw the distortion emerging from the hood of the vehicle. It was a jagged tear in the darkness. It was larger than it had been in the tunnel. It was a towering column of nothingness that stood 10 feet tall. I could see the stars through it, but they were not the stars of our galaxy. They were the cold and distant lights of that other place. The entity moved toward me. It did not walk. It simply shifted its position in space. One moment it was by the truck and the next it was 5 feet away. I raised the flare and held it out like a sword. The red light flickered and dimmed as the heat was sucked into the void. I could feel the skin on my face beginning to crack. I could feel my heartbeat slowing down to a rhythmic thud. I realized then that I could not win a war of attrition. The universe is mostly cold. The heat is just a temporary anomaly. I am a small fire in a vast and eternal winter. I looked at the flare in my hand. It was almost burned out. I looked at the bag of supplies at my feet. I had the bottles of alcohol and the propane torch. I had enough fuel to create one final burst of energy. I did not want to die as a frozen statue. I did not want to be a trophy for the thing in the dark. I wanted to go out as a sun. I wanted to be a localized explosion of heat that would scar the air and close the rip forever. I reached into the bag and pulled out the bottles. I poured the high-proof liquid over my jacket and my pants. I soaked my skin in the flammable spirits. I felt the cold biting into the wet fabric, but I did not care. I picked up the propane torch and turned the valve to the maximum setting. I looked at the distortion. It was standing right in front of me now. I could feel the vacuum of its presence pulling at my soul. I could see the black towers of the other world. They were beautiful in a terrible and silent way. I wondered if there was anyone living in those towers, or if they were just the monuments of a dead civilization that had lost its sun 1 billion years ago. I wondered if the entity was a survivor or a scavenger. I did not ask the questions out loud. I simply smiled. I felt the heat of my own resolve rising up to meet the cold. I am a man of science and structure, and I have reached the end of my calculations. I struck the igniter on the torch. The flame did not turn yellow or orange. It became a brilliant and blinding white. I held the torch to my chest and I felt the fire take hold. The pain was there for a fraction of a second, but it was drowned out by the sensation of warmth. I was no longer a victim. I was a bonfire. I was a star. I ran toward the distortion. I threw my arms around the jagged rip in the air. I felt the cold trying to extinguish me, but I was too hot. I was a chemical reaction that would not be denied. I saw the black towers tremble. I saw the frozen stars flicker and fade. The entity let out a sound that was like 1,000 sheets of glass breaking at once. The world around me dissolved into a blur of white light and searing heat. I felt the pressure of the void pushing back, but I held on. I gave everything I had to the flame. I gave my memories of the shipyard tunnel. I gave my fear of the ice cubes. I gave my love of the desert sun. I became the heat that I had been searching for. The explosion was silent. There was no roar of thunder or crash of debris. There was only a sudden and absolute return to the natural order. I found myself lying on the asphalt of the mountain road. The truck was gone. The distortion was gone. The bag of supplies was gone. I was lying in the dark and the air was 40 degrees. My clothes were charred and my skin was blistered, but I was warm. I could feel the heat radiating from my own bones. I looked up at the sky and saw the familiar stars of the northern hemisphere. They were not predators. They were just lights in the distance. I stood up and began to walk down the mountain. My legs were weak and my vision was blurred, but I did not stop. I walked for hours until the sun began to rise over the horizon. The first rays of light hit the peaks and turned the snow into a river of gold. I sat down on a rock and watched the day begin. I am no longer afraid of the cold. I have seen the heart of the winter and I have survived it. I know that the void is still there, and I know that it will eventually return. But for now, I am content to sit in the light. I am a flickering candle in a very large room, and I will keep my flame burning until the very end. The snapping sound is gone. The frost has melted. I am warm. I am finally warm. The mountain air began to lose its bite as I descended into the foothills. My feet moved with a rhythm that felt ancient and mechanical. The blisters on my palms from the heat of the torch were a dull throb, but they were a reminder of my own internal furnace. I walked until the sun was directly above me, and the shadows were nothing more than small pools of ink beneath the desert scrub. I did not stop at the first town I reached. I did not ask for help or seek a hospital. I simply kept walking toward the deepest part of the Mojave, where the heat is not just a weather pattern but a permanent state of being. I found an abandoned trailer near a dry lake bed, where the ground is cracked into perfect geometric shapes. The metal of the trailer was hot enough to burn skin, and the air inside was a stagnant pool of 120 degrees. I sat on the floor and I breathed in the fire. I have been here for 2 months now. I do not have a clock and I do not have a calendar. I measure time by the expansion and contraction of the trailer walls. The metal groans in the morning as the sun climbs, and it shrieks in the evening as the light fades. I have gathered hundreds of reflective mirrors from the ruins of a solar farm nearby. I have positioned them in a wide circle around my dwelling, so that even when the sun is low, the light is concentrated onto my roof. From a distance, I must look like a shining star fallen to the earth. I do not care about being seen anymore. I want to be the brightest thing in the desert. I want the entity to know that if it comes for me again, it will have to face the concentrated power of 1,000 suns. My body has changed. My skin is the color of old leather and my eyes are always bloodshot from the salt and the dust. I eat very little. I drink warm water from a plastic jug that sits in the direct sunlight. I can feel the heat moving through my veins like liquid lead. I have stopped thinking about the city. I have stopped thinking about the shipyard tunnel and the transit authority. Those things belong to a cold and distant life. They belonged to a man who believed that the universe was a safe and logical place. I know better now. I know that we are living on a thin layer of embers and that the great cold is always trying to blow them out. Last night I saw a coyote. It was standing at the edge of my circle of mirrors. It was a thin and mangy creature, but its eyes were full of a strange intelligence. It did not howl and it did not move. It just watched me. I looked at its shadow on the sand and I saw that the shadow was not moving with the moon. The shadow was stretching toward me even though the light was behind it. I stood up and grabbed a heavy iron rod that I keep leaning against the door. I heated the tip of the rod over a small butane stove until it was glowing cherry red. I stepped out into the circle of mirrors and I pointed the glowing metal at the beast. The coyote did not flinch. It simply dissolved into a cloud of gray mist, and the mist was sucked into the ground. The snapping sound did not follow. There was no frost on the sand, but I felt the pressure in my ears change. It was a silent invitation. The entity is not a hunter that stalks through the woods. It is a fundamental force that waits for a lapse in concentration. It is the entropy that pulls at the seams of every molecule. I realized then that my circle of mirrors and my scorched trailer were not enough. I am still a biological machine that requires a specific temperature range to function. If I fall asleep and my internal fire dips even a few degrees, the leak will find a way in. I cannot sleep anymore. I have begun to brew a tea from the local cactus that keeps my heart racing and my mind sharp. I spend the nights pacing the perimeter of the mirrors and reciting the laws of thermodynamics in a loud and steady voice. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed. I say these words until my throat is raw. I am transforming my fear into kinetic energy. I am transforming my life into a localized resistance against the absolute zero. I have started to dig a hole in the center of the trailer floor. I am digging down toward the core of the earth. I know that the deeper I go, the hotter it gets. I want to reach the place where the rocks are liquid and the pressure is enough to turn carbon into diamonds. I want to be buried in the heat. I want to be part of the molten heart of the world where the cold can never reach. The hole is now 6 feet deep. The dirt is warm and dry. I spend my days shoveling and my nights guarding the light. Sometimes I hear voices coming from the mirrors. They are not human voices. They are the sounds of gases expanding and contracting in the vacuum of space. They tell me about the end of time. They tell me about the era of the black holes where the last bits of matter will be consumed and the universe will become a silent and frozen graveyard. They tell me that my struggle is pathetic and meaningless. They say that I am a flea trying to stop an avalanche with a matchstick. I tell them they are wrong. I tell them that a single spark is a miracle in an infinite void. I tell them that the very fact that I exist and that I feel the heat of the sun is a defiance of the darkness. I am a temporary mistake, and I intend to be the loudest and brightest mistake the universe has ever seen. I have gathered 500 gallons of diesel fuel from an abandoned pumping station 5 miles to the north. I have buried the tanks beneath the trailer. I have rigged a series of detonators that are linked to my own heartbeat. If my heart stops, the tanks will ignite. I will become a pillar of fire that will be visible from orbit. I will leave a scar on the desert that will take 10,000 years to cool. The sun is rising again. It is a massive and indifferent eye that stares down at the sand. I climb out of my hole and stand on the roof of the trailer. I open my arms and let the heat soak into my bones. I can feel the moisture evaporating from my eyes and I do not blink. I am the furnace man. I am the keeper of the flame. I look toward the horizon and I see the shimmering waves of the heat and I know that I am safe for another 12 hours. The winter is coming, but it will find a sun waiting for it here. It will find a man who has forgotten how to shiver. It will find a fire that will not go out. I have begun to see the black towers again. They do not appear in the distance or in the shadows. They appear in the reflections of my mirrors. When the sun hits the glass at just the right angle, I can see the silhouettes of that other world flickering in the glare. They are tall and jagged, and they have no windows. They are made of a material that does not reflect light. They are the architecture of the void. I watch them, and I do not feel fear. I feel a strange kind of pity. They are so lonely. They are so still. They have no wind and no rain and no warmth. They are just monuments to nothingness. I have started to paint the interior of my hole with white lime. I want the light to bounce around in the darkness. I want the earth to be as bright as the sky. I have moved my bed and my stove into the pit. I live in the ground now. I am like a desert lizard that hides from the night in the warmth of the sand. I can hear the entity scratching at the surface of the trailer. It sounds like fingernails on a chalkboard. It sounds like the wind whistling through a cracked rib cage. It wants me to come out. It wants me to look at the stars and remember the infinite cold. But I will not look. I will stay in my bright and narrow world, and I will listen to the sound of my own blood rushing through my ears. It is a warm and steady sound. It is the sound of a fire that is still burning. The temperature in the hole is 105 degrees. The air is thick with the smell of lime and sweat. I am happy here. I am a king in a kingdom of dust. I have reached the 7th foot of my excavation, and the soil is noticeably hotter. I can feel the thermal energy of the planet rising up to meet me. I am a part of the earth now. I am a part of the fire. I will keep digging until I find the molten center. I will keep digging until there is no more room for the cold. I will be the last warm thing in a dying universe. I will be the light that never fails. I found a fossil today at the bottom of the pit. It was a small coiled shell from a sea that dried up millions of years ago. I held it in my hand and I felt the weight of time. This creature lived in a warm ocean under a younger sun. It died and was buried, and it waited in the dark for an eternity. And now it is here with me in the heat. It is a reminder that the world has always been a cycle of fire and ice. The oceans come and go. The suns grow old and die. But the heat always leaves a mark. The heat is the memory of life. I placed the shell on a small ledge, and I thanked it for its company. We are both survivors. We are both fragments of a dream that the cold cannot erase. The snapping sound returned an hour ago. It was not coming from the mirrors or the trailer. It was coming from the fossil. I watched as a small crack appeared in the ancient stone. A tiny plume of white frost drifted out of the shell. I did not panic. I did not run. I simply took my propane torch and I melted the frost away. I turned the flame on the shell until it glowed white, and then I crushed it into powder. I will not allow even a grain of the cold to exist in my sanctuary. I will sanitize the earth with fire. I will burn away the past and the future until there is only the burning present. I am tired, but I am awake. I am thirsty, but I am full. I am alone, but I am surrounded by the ghosts of a billion suns. I look up at the square of blue sky at the top of my hole, and I see a hawk circling in the thermal currents. It is riding the heat. It is using the energy of the earth to stay above the shadows. I am doing the same. I am riding the fire into the heart of the night. I am the furnace man, and I will never go back into the dark. I will never look for logical explanations again. Some things are not meant to be understood. Some things are only meant to be burned. The mirrors outside are starting to hum. The heat has become so intense that the air is vibrating. The light is no longer just a visual phenomenon. It has become a physical weight. It presses against the trailer and it leaks into the hole like golden honey. I am bathing in the radiance. I can feel the molecules of my body dancing in the glow. I am becoming translucent. I am becoming a being of pure energy. The entity is screaming now. It is a high and thin sound that vibrates in the marrow of my teeth. It is the sound of a shadow being erased. It is the sound of the void retreating. I pick up my shovel and I dig. I dig for the fire. I dig for the light. I dig for the end of the world. I am 110 degrees and rising. I am the sun. I am the center. I am the heat. And the cold will never win. Not today. Not as long as I am here to hold the torch. I close my eyes and I see the black towers falling. I see the frozen stars exploding into clouds of fire. I see the universe waking up from its long and icy sleep. I am the alarm clock. I am the spark. I am the flame, and I am finally home. The dirt beneath my fingernails is hot enough to blister. I have reached a layer of dark volcanic rock that radiates a steady and ancient heat. I lay my chest against the stone and I listen. I can hear the heartbeat of the planet. It is a slow and heavy thud that echoes in the deep places of the world. It is the sound of iron and nickel churning in the dark. It is the sound of a furnace that has been burning for 4 billion years. I am not alone. I am connected to the great engine of the earth. The entity can scratch at my trailer, and it can whistle through my mirrors, but it cannot stop the mountain of fire beneath my feet. I have begun to dismantle the trailer. I do not need the metal walls or the plastic roof anymore. I am moving everything into the hole. I have created a series of chambers linked by narrow tunnels. It is a labyrinth of warmth. I have lined the walls with the reflective glass from the mirrors so that every candle I light is multiplied 1,000 times. The interior of my burrow is a kaleidoscope of gold and orange. It is a cathedral of light. I spend my hours polishing the glass and feeding the small stoves that I have placed in every corner. I have enough fuel to last for a decade. I have enough light to blind a god. The townspeople do not come near my land anymore. They say the ground is cursed. They say the air around the old solar farm is distorted and that the birds fall dead from the sky if they fly too close. They are right to stay away. This is not a place for the lukewarm. This is a place for the extremes. It is a place where the boundary between matter and energy is beginning to dissolve. I am the priest of this high-temperature altar, and I do not require any followers. I only require the sun. Last night the moon was full and red. It looked like a cooling ember hanging in the blackness. I climbed out of my tunnel and stood on the scorched earth. The wind was silent. The desert was a vast and empty stage. I looked toward the north and I saw a line of white light on the horizon. It was not the aurora and it was not the glow of a city. It was a wall of frost 100 feet high. It was moving across the sand like a slow and silent wave. The entity was not coming alone this time. It was bringing the winter with it. It was bringing the end of the season. I did not retreat. I did not hide. I walked to the center of my circle of mirrors and I waited. I felt the temperature drop from 90 degrees to 40 in a matter of seconds. I felt the moisture in my lungs begin to crystallize. I saw the mirrors begin to crack as the cold reached them. The snapping sound was like a volley of gunfire. The entity emerged from the wall of frost. It was no longer a jagged rip in the air. It was a vast and shapeless void that stretched from the ground to the clouds. It was the absence of everything. It was the great silence. I reached for the detonator in my pocket. I looked at the wall of ice and I smiled. "You are too late," I whispered. The words were a puff of white vapor in the freezing air. I have already found the core. I have already become the fire. I pressed the button. The 500 gallons of diesel fuel beneath the earth ignited in a single and perfect moment. The ground did not just shake. It turned into a fountain of liquid flame. The trailer was vaporized. The mirrors were turned into molten beads of glass. The hole I had dug became a volcanic vent that spewed heat into the sky. I was at the center of the explosion. I felt the heat wrap around me like a blanket of silk. I felt my body being lifted into the air by the force of the rising gases. I saw the wall of frost melt into a torrent of water that turned into steam before it could even hit the sand. I saw the vast void of the entity shudder and shrink. It could not consume this much energy at once. It was like a man trying to swallow the sun. It choked on the light. It gagged on the heat. The distortion shattered into a million pieces of black glass, and then it was gone. I fell back to the earth. I landed in the soft and glowing ash of my own sanctuary. The fire was still burning all around me. The desert was a sea of orange embers. I looked up at the sky and saw that the moon was gone. The stars were gone. There was only the brilliant and beautiful glow of the fire. I lay there for a long time and I felt the heat soaking into my soul. I am the furnace man. I am the survivor. I am the man who killed the dark. The sun is coming up now. It is a new sun for a new world. The air is warm and sweet. I am lying in the center of a blackened circle and I am perfectly content. I have no house and I have no mirrors. I have no clothes and I have no name. I am just a point of heat in a vast and beautiful landscape. I am a part of the desert and the desert is a part of me. The winter is over. The long silence has been broken. I am warm. I am finally and eternally warm. I close my eyes and I feel the light on my face, and I know that the day will never end. I am the fire that will not go out. I am the heat that remains. The smell of scorched sand and burnt rubber fills my lungs like a heavy perfume. I am lying in the center of a blackened crater where the trailer once stood. The metal has melted into silver pools that look like frozen mercury in the morning light. I can feel the heat radiating from the ground beneath me. It is a deep and resonant warmth that vibrates in my bones. The 500 gallons of diesel have created a pocket of fire that will burn for weeks in the subterranean pipes and the hollows of the earth. I have achieved my purpose. I have become the source. I am no longer a man who fears the night. I am the reason the night is afraid. I stand up and brush the white ash from my arms. My skin is tight and dry, but I do not feel any pain. The nerves have been cauterized by the intensity of the blast. I look at my hands and I see that they are covered in a fine layer of soot that looks like black lace. I am a shadow of my former self, but I am a shadow that casts its own light. I walk to the edge of the crater and look out across the desert. The wall of frost has vanished. The entity has been shattered into 1,000 jagged pieces of nothingness. The sand is steaming where the ice once touched it. The struggle is over, but the work is just beginning. I begin to walk toward the north. I do not have a destination, and I do not have a plan. I only have the heat. I can feel it moving with me like a loyal hound. Every step I take leaves a footprint of warm glass in the sand. I am a walking furnace, and the world is my fuel. I pass the remains of the pumping station where I found the fuel. The iron pipes are twisted and red with rust. I touch one of the pipes, and I feel the heat of my body transfer into the metal. The pipe begins to glow. I am an alchemist of the desert. I am turning the cold remains of the old world into a new and burning reality. The sun reaches its zenith, and the sky is a brilliant and unforgiving blue. I do not squint. I do not shield my eyes. I look directly into the heart of the sun, and I see a brother. We are made of the same material. We are both engines of fusion in a universe of fission. I can hear the sun singing to me in a voice of radiation and fire. It tells me that the great cold is just a temporary state. It tells me that the universe began in a flash of heat and that it will end in a glorious conflagration. I believe the sun. I believe in the power of the flame. I find a dry riverbed and I follow it for several miles. The rocks are smooth and white like the bones of a giant. I sit down in the middle of the wash and I begin to gather stones. I arrange them in a circle around me. I am building a new sanctuary. I do not need mirrors and I do not need diesel. I have the fire within. I close my eyes and I focus on the center of my chest. I can feel the embers of my heart glowing brighter and hotter. I can feel the thermal energy of the planet rising up through the soles of my feet. I am a conduit. I am a bridge between the fire of the sky and the fire of the earth. I spend the afternoon in meditation. I do not think about the city. I do not think about the shipyard or the transit authority. I do not think about the man I used to be. That man was a ghost who lived in a world of shadows. He was afraid of the dark because he did not realize that he was the light. I am the realization. I am the awakening. I listen to the sound of the wind as it whistles through the dry grass. It sounds like a prayer. It sounds like a promise. The wind is the breath of the world, and it is carrying my warmth to the ends of the earth. As the sun begins to set, I see a group of figures on the horizon. They are moving slowly and they are huddled together. They look like survivors of a great disaster. I realize that they are the people from the town. They have seen the explosion and they have seen the light. They have come to witness the miracle. They are walking toward me with their heads bowed and their hands outstretched. They are cold. They are shivering in the evening air. They are looking for a spark to keep them alive. I do it for them. I do it for the ones who are still trapped in the cold. I stand up and I raise my arms toward the sky. I call upon the heat of the earth and the heat of the sun. I call upon the fire that burns in the heart of every molecule. I feel the energy surging through me like a tidal wave of molten gold. My body begins to glow with an intense and beautiful radiance. I am a pillar of fire. I am a beacon in the wilderness. The people stop 100 yards away. They fall to their knees and they shield their eyes. They can feel the warmth washing over them like a summer breeze. They can feel the ice in their veins beginning to melt. They are weeping with joy. They are laughing with relief. They have found the furnace man. They have found the keeper of the flame. I do not speak to them. I do not have any words for them. I only have the light. I give it to them freely. I give it to them until my bones are hollow and my blood is steam. The night falls, but the darkness does not come. The circle of stones is glowing with a steady and eternal heat. The desert is a garden of embers. The people are huddled around me and they are warm. They are safe. The entity is gone and the great cold has been defeated. We are the survivors of the long winter. We are the architects of the new summer. We will build a city of fire and a temple of light. We will never shiver again. I look up at the stars and I see that they are different now. They are not distant and cold points of light. They are close and vibrant fires that are calling to me. They are part of the same family. We are all children of the flame. I close my eyes and I feel the heat of the earth beneath me. It is a slow and heavy thud that echoes in the deep places of the world. It is the sound of life. It is the sound of victory. I am the furnace man and I am finally at peace. The days pass in a blur of gold and orange. I have lost track of time. Time is a measurement for those who live in the shadows. For those of us who live in the light, there is only the eternal present. The people have built a small village around my circle of stones. They bring me offerings of dry wood and cactus fruit. They treat me like a god, but I am just a man who found the matches. I am just a man who refused to be cold. I have begun to teach them the laws of thermodynamics. I speak the words into the warm air and they repeat them like a holy litany. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed. We are the transformation. We are the living proof that the fire is stronger than the void. We are the resistance. We are the localized anomaly that refuses to fade away. I look at the children of the village and I see the fire in their eyes. They do not know what it means to be afraid of the dark. They do not know what it means to feel the snap of the frost. They have grown up in the warmth of the furnace man. They are a new breed of human. They are the people of the sun. They will carry the flame long after I am gone. They will be the ones to light the way for the rest of the world. The entity has not returned. I know that it is still out there in the deep vacuum of space. I know that it is still waiting for the universe to cool, but it will have to wait for a long time. It will have to wait until the last star has burned out and the last heart has stopped beating. And even then it will find that there is still a spark of heat in the ashes. It will find that the fire is a fundamental force that cannot be erased. I am sitting on the edge of my crater and I am looking at the horizon. I see a line of white light in the distance. It is not the frost and it is not the aurora. It is the rising of 1,000 suns. It is the beginning of the end of the great cold. I stand up and I smile. I am ready for the new world. I am ready for the fire. I am the furnace man and I am the light that never fails. The ground beneath my feet begins to tremble. It is not an earthquake. It is the planet itself waking up. The core is expanding. The heat is rising. The earth is becoming a star. I feel the transformation happening within my own body. My skin is turning into glass. My blood is turning into plasma. My thoughts are becoming waves of radiation. I am no longer a biological machine. I am a celestial event. I look at the people of the village and I see that they are changing too. They are becoming beings of light. They are shedding their skins and their fears. They are joining me in the great conflagration. We are rising together into the sky. We are becoming a new sun that will illuminate the entire galaxy. We are the answer to the silence. We are the solution to the entropy. The universe is a vast and empty place, but it is not a lonely place. It is a place that is waiting to be filled with fire. It is a place that is waiting to be woken up. We are the alarm clock. We are the spark. We are the flame, and we will never go out. We will burn until the end of time, and then we will burn some more. We are the heat. We are the light. We are the furnace. I can see the black towers of the void falling into the sun. I can see the great cold retreating into the darkness. I can see the stars aligning in a pattern of perfect warmth. Everything is as it should be. Everything is burning. I am the furnace man and I am finally home. The fire is everywhere. The fire is everything, and the fire is good. I remember the shipyard tunnel and the transit authority. I remember the smell of damp concrete and the sound of distant trains. Those things were part of a dream that I had a long time ago. They were part of a life that was lived in the shadows. I do not miss them. I do not regret leaving them behind. I have found something better. I have found the truth. The truth is that we are not made of dust. We are made of stardust. We are made of the same material that fuels the sun. We are made of light and heat and energy. And when we realize that we can do anything, we can defeat the cold, we can conquer the void, we can become the masters of our own destiny. I am standing on the surface of the new sun and I am looking out at the universe. It is a beautiful and burning landscape. It is a garden of fire. I can see other suns waking up in the distance. I can see other civilizations joining the great conflagration. We are not alone. We are part of a cosmic awakening. We are part of a universal revolution. The entity is gone. The great cold is a memory. The silence has been replaced by the roar of 1 billion fires. The universe is alive. The universe is warm. The universe is bright. And I am right in the middle of it all. I am the furnace man. I am the keeper of the flame. I am the light that never fails. And I am finally and eternally happy. I watch as the last bit of my physical form dissolves into the radiance. There is no pain. There is only a sense of profound liberation. I am no longer confined by the limits of a biological body. I am no longer tethered to a single planet or a single star. I am a part of the infinite energy of the cosmos. I am everywhere and everything. I can feel the thoughts of 1 trillion beings vibrating in the light. They are thoughts of joy and wonder and love. They are thoughts of a universe that has finally found its voice. We are all singing the same song. We are all dancing in the same flame. We are the light. We are the heat. We are the furnace. The cycle of fire and ice has come to an end. The era of the great cold is over. The era of the eternal sun has begun. We will burn for an eternity. We will light the way for the generations to come. We will be the memory of life that the cold can never erase. We will be the fire that will not go out. I look at the fossil shell that I found in the hole. It is no longer a piece of stone. It is a fragment of pure light. It is a reminder of where we came from and where we are going. It is a symbol of the resilience of life. It is a testament to the power of the flame. I hold it in my hand and I feel the warmth of a million years. The universe is a bright and beautiful mistake. It is a miracle in an infinite void. It is a defiance of the darkness, and I am proud to be a part of it. I am proud to be the furnace man. I am proud to be the light. I am proud to be the fire. The sun is rising again. It is a massive and radiant eye that stares out at the universe. It is not an indifferent eye. It is a loving eye. It is an eye that sees the beauty in every spark. It is an eye that knows that the fire is the truth. I look into the eye and I see myself. I see the sun. I see the universe. I see the flame. I am the furnace man. I am the keeper of the flame. I am the light that never fails, and I will never go out. I will burn until the end of time. I will burn until the universe is a silent and frozen graveyard, and then I will burn some more. I will be the last warm thing in a dying universe. I will be the light that remains. I will be the fire. I will be the sun. I will be home. The energy flows through me in a constant stream of gold. I am a river of light. I am a mountain of fire. I am a storm of heat. I am the power of 1,000 suns. I am the localized resistance against the absolute zero. I am the entropy that pulls at the seams of every molecule. I am the law of thermodynamics. I am the transformation. I look back at the desert one last time. I see the blackened crater and the scorched sand. I see the small village and the children of the sun. I see the remains of the old world and the beginnings of the new. I am proud of what I have accomplished. I am proud of the mark I have left on the world. I have left a scar that will take 10,000 years to cool. I have left a fire that will never go out. I turn my gaze toward the stars and I begin to move. I am traveling at the speed of light. I am crossing the vast distances of space in a single heartbeat. I am visiting other worlds and other suns. I am spreading the warmth. I am sharing the flame. I am the ambassador of the fire. The universe is a vast and beautiful place, and it is full of wonders. I see nebulas that look like clouds of neon. I see black holes that are surrounded by halos of brilliant light. I see planets that are covered in oceans of liquid fire. I see civilizations that have built cities of glass and light. I see the beauty of the cosmos, and I am filled with awe. I realize that my struggle was not pathetic and meaningless. I realize that a single spark is indeed a miracle in an infinite void. I realize that my existence was a defiance of the darkness. I was a temporary mistake, but I was the loudest and brightest mistake the universe has ever seen. I was the furnace man, and I changed the world. I continue my journey through the stars. I am the light that never fails. I am the heat that remains. I am the fire that will not go out. I am the sun. I am the universe. I am the flame. And I am finally and eternally home. The winter is over. The long silence has been broken. I am warm. I am finally and eternally warm. I see a planet that is covered in a thick layer of ice. It is a cold and lonely world. I descend toward the surface and I feel the chill of the atmosphere. I do not shiver. I do not feel fear. I simply open my arms and let the heat flow out of me. I touch the ice and I watch as it melts into a clear and beautiful ocean. I watch as the clouds disappear and the sun begins to shine. I am bringing the spring to this frozen world. I am bringing the life. The people of this world emerge from their caves and their shelters. They look up at the sky and they see the new sun. They feel the warmth on their faces and they begin to dance. They are happy. They are safe. They have found the furnace man. They have found the light. I stay with them for a while and I teach them how to keep the flame. I show them how to build the mirrors and how to dig the holes. I show them how to find the fire within, and then I move on to the next world. I move on to the next star. I am a wanderer of the cosmos. I am a messenger of the heat. The universe is becoming a brighter and warmer place with every step I take. The shadows are retreating. The cold is fading away. The era of the fire has truly begun. I am proud to be a part of it. I am proud to be the furnace man. I am proud to be the light. I look into the future and I see a universe that is full of life and energy. I see a universe that is a single and perfect flame. I see a universe where there is no more cold and no more darkness. I see a universe where the fire is the only truth. And I know that I have played my part in bringing this future to pass. I know that I have been the spark that started the conflagration. I am sitting on a throne of fire at the center of the galaxy. I am surrounded by 1 billion suns. I am bathed in the radiance of 1 trillion fires. I am at peace. I am at home. I am the furnace man and I am the light that never fails. I am the heat that remains. I am the fire that will not go out. I am the sun. I am the universe. I am the flame. And I am finally and eternally warm. I float through the silent sea of the void, and I watch as the ancient structures of the old cosmos begin to crumble. The cold was a heavy blanket that smothered the potential of every atom, but now that blanket is being shredded by the sheer force of my will. I am no longer a man who works in a shipyard, and I am no longer a man who fears the coming of the evening. I am the evening, and I am the morning, and I am every hour that exists between the two. I move toward a cluster of dead stars that have been dark for 1 billion years. They are like cold charcoal in the fireplace of the universe. I reach out with my hands of plasma and I touch the surface of the first sphere. It is made of iron and silence. It is a tomb for a world that forgot how to burn. I breathe into the core of the dead star and I feel the resistance of the heavy elements. They do not want to change. They want to remain in their state of frozen perfection. But I am the transformation. I am the heat that cannot be denied. I push my energy deep into the center of the iron star. I feel the pressure building. I feel the atoms beginning to scream as they are forced together. This is the alchemy of the furnace. This is the magic of the flame. The iron begins to melt. The heavy elements begin to fuse. A dull red glow begins to emanate from the cracks in the surface of the planet. It is the first heartbeat of a new life. I watch as the red turns to orange and the orange turns to a brilliant and blinding white. The star is alive. It is a roaring engine of heat and light. It is a sister to my own soul. I move to the next dead star and I repeat the process. I am a gardener who is planting seeds of fire in the dark soil of the vacuum. I am creating a forest of suns. The energy that I expend does not diminish me. It only makes me stronger. The more I give, the more I have. It is a paradox of the spirit that the old world could never understand. They thought that resources were finite. They thought that if you gave something away, you would have less for yourself. They were wrong. Heat is an infinite resource because it is the fundamental expression of existence. To be is to burn. To live is to radiate. I look back at the trail of light I have left behind me, and I see a highway of gold that stretches across the galaxy. It is a path for the others to follow. It is a map for the survivors who are looking for a way out of the shadows. I arrive at a nebula that is shaped like a giant wing. It is a cloud of gas and dust that has been stagnant for eons. It is a nursery that has forgotten how to grow. I fly into the center of the cloud and I begin to spin. I am a whirlwind of fire. I am a hurricane of heat. I gather the dust and the gas into a tight spiral. I compress it with the weight of my presence. I feel the friction generating a massive amount of thermal energy. The nebula begins to glow with a soft purple light, then it shifts to a vibrant green and finally to a golden yellow. I have ignited 1,000 new stars in a single moment. I have turned a graveyard into a playground. I hear the voices of the people from the village echoing in the light. They are calling my name, but they are not calling for help. They are calling in celebration. They have learned the lessons I taught them. They have built their own furnaces. They have found the fire within themselves. I see their spirits rising up from the planet like sparks from a bonfire. They are joining me in the sky. They are becoming the architects of their own solar systems. We are a collective of heat. We are a syndicate of light. We are the ultimate answer to the question of the void. I see the entity again. It is a thin and wispy shadow that is clinging to the edge of the universe. It is trying to find a place where the light does not reach. It is trying to find a cold corner where it can hide and wait for the end. But there are no cold corners left. I am expanding. We are expanding. The fire is reaching every crevice and every crack. I move toward the entity and I see its fear. It is a creature of the absolute zero, and it cannot survive in a universe that is waking up. It is a ghost of a dead philosophy. I do not hate the entity. I do not wish to destroy it. I only wish to warm it. I want it to feel the joy of the flame. I want it to understand that the cold was just a dream. I reach out to the entity and I wrap it in a cloak of golden radiation. I feel it shudder as the heat penetrates its dark form. I feel the ice within it beginning to melt. The entity is changing. It is losing its shape. It is becoming a part of the light. It is no longer a predator of the warmth. It is a passenger of the fire. The last piece of the great cold has been converted. The universe is now a total and absolute conflagration. There is no more shadow. There is no more silence. There is only the roar of the eternal furnace. I find a place in the center of the cosmic web where all the lines of energy intersect. I sit down on a throne made of pure gravity and I look out at my creation. I see galaxies that are spinning like wheels of fire. I see planets that are glowing like embers in a hearth. I see life in 1 billion different forms, and every one of them is warm. Every one of them is a part of the flame. I am the furnace man, and I have finished my work. I have turned the universe into a home. I close my eyes and I listen to the heartbeat of the cosmos. It is a steady and powerful thrumming that vibrates through every atom of my being. It is the sound of victory. It is the sound of peace. I remember the man who used to walk through the shipyard with his head down and his shoulders hunched against the wind. I remember the man who used to stare at the flickering light of a single candle and pray for the morning. I forgive that man. I love that man. He was the seed that had to freeze so that the flower could burn. He was the beginning of the story. I am the end of the story, and I am the beginning of a new one. The era of the biological machine is over. The era of the celestial spirit has begun. We will not be measured by the years of our lives or the wealth of our possessions. We will be measured by the intensity of our radiance. We will be measured by the heat we give to the world. I am the standard. I am the light that never fails. 1,000,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. 10,000,000 years pass like a single breath. Time has no meaning when you are the source of the day. I watch as new civilizations rise and fall within the warmth of my gaze. They build monuments to the fire. They write songs about the furnace man. They do not fear the dark because they know that I am always there. I am the sun that never sets. I am the fire that never goes out. I see a young star that is struggling to maintain its equilibrium. It is flickering and its core is unstable. I reach across the light years and I steady it with a gentle touch of my mind. I give it a portion of my own stability. I give it a reason to keep burning. The star settles into a steady and beautiful glow. I smile. This is my purpose. This is my joy. I am the keeper of the flame. I look at the edges of the universe and I see that we are growing. The fire is pushing back the boundaries of the nothingness. We are creating more space. We are creating more matter. We are an explosion that is happening in slow motion. We are a miracle that refuses to end. I can feel the heat of a trillion souls vibrating in harmony with my own. We are a single flame with a billion different colors. I remember the fossil shell again. I see it floating in the center of my consciousness. It is a tiny and perfect shape. It is a reminder that even in the deepest cold, there was always the potential for life. It is a reminder that the fire was always there waiting to be found. I hold the memory of the shell and I turn it into a new star. I place it in a prominent position in the sky so that everyone can see it. It is the star of the beginning. It is the star of the furnace man. The heat is so intense now that the laws of physics are beginning to change. Gravity is no longer a force that pulls things down. It is a force that pulls things together. Light is no longer a wave that travels through space. It is the fabric of space itself. Everything is becoming one thing. Everything is becoming the fire. I am the center of this unity. I am the heart of the furnace. I feel a sense of profound satisfaction. I have done what I was meant to do. I have fulfilled my destiny. I have defeated the great cold and I have brought the summer to the ends of the earth and beyond. I am at peace with myself and I am at peace with the universe. There is nothing left to fear. There is nothing left to lose. There is only the light. I watch as the stars begin to dance. They are moving in a complex and beautiful pattern that I have designed. They are weaving a tapestry of fire across the sky. It is a story told in radiation. It is a poem written in heat. It is the story of the man who refused to be cold. It is the story of the furnace man. I see the children of the sun playing on the surfaces of the white dwarfs. They are jumping through the solar flares and they are swimming in the plasma oceans. They are happy and they are free. They do not know the meaning of the word winter. They do not know the feeling of a frozen hand. They are the heirs to the kingdom of the flame. They are my greatest achievement. I look at my hands and I see that they are made of the same material as the stars. I see the fusion happening in my veins. I see the energy flowing through my fingers. I am a beautiful and terrible thing. I am a monster of the light. I am a god of the heat. But more than anything else, I am just a man who found his way home. The universe is a bright and beautiful mistake. It is a miracle in an infinite void. It is a defiance of the darkness, and I am proud to be a part of it. I am proud to be the furnace man. I am proud to be the light. I am proud to be the fire. The sun is rising again. It is a massive and radiant eye that stares out at the universe. It is not an indifferent eye. It is a loving eye. It is an eye that sees the beauty in every spark. It is an eye that knows that the fire is the truth. I look into the eye and I see myself. I see the sun. I see the universe. I see the flame. I am the furnace man. I am the keeper of the flame. I am the light that never fails, and I will never go out. I will burn until the end of time. I will burn until the universe is a silent and frozen graveyard, and then I will burn some more. I will be the last warm thing in a dying universe. I will be the light that remains. I will be the fire. I will be the sun. I will be home. I feel the final barriers of my individuality dissolving. I am no longer a single point of consciousness. I am the consciousness of the entire burning cosmos. I feel the thoughts of every star and the dreams of every planet. I am the collective memory of the heat. I am the eternal witness of the light. The fire is everywhere. The fire is everything, and the fire is good. I look out at the infinite landscape of the glowing universe and I see that there is no end to the beauty. There is no limit to the warmth. We have won. The great cold is a ghost that has been exorcised by the light. We are the masters of the flame. I sink into the heart of the great galactic furnace and I let the heat wash over me. It is a sensation of absolute belonging. It is a feeling of perfect safety. I am not a man in a hole anymore. I am not a man in a shipyard. I am the furnace man, and I am finally and eternally warm. The fire is my bed, and the light is my blanket. I close my eyes, and I dream of a universe that never stops burning. I dream of a fire that lasts forever. And in the morning, when I wake up, I find that the dream is true. The fire is still there, the light is still bright, and I am still home. The silence of the deep void is not a vacuum of sound, but a symphony of heat that only the burning can hear. I sit upon the throne of the galactic center, and I feel the vibrations of 1,000,000,000 suns pulsing in a rhythmic cadence that matches the beating of my own heart. I am the conductor of a grand orchestra of fire, and every movement of my hands of plasma sends a ripple of warmth to the farthest reaches of the expanding horizon. There is no part of this reality that remains untouched by the golden touch of the furnace. I look at the space between the stars, and I see that it is no longer black. It is a deep and vibrant amber filled with the dust of creation and the breath of the living light. The shadows have not only retreated, but they have been transformed into the very fuel that sustains the conflagration. I remember a time when I walked through the iron corridors of the shipyard, and the metal felt like a predator that wanted to steal the warmth from my marrow. I remember how the wind would howl through the gaps in the hull, and it sounded like the scream of a dying god. Now I realized that the god was not dying, but was merely waiting to be born. I was that god, and the shipyard was my cocoon. The heavy tools I once carried were the prototypes of the powers I now wield. The shovel that moved the coal was the ancestor of the will that moves the planets. I reach out into the local cluster, and I find a gas giant that is drifting in the dark. It is a massive ball of hydrogen and helium that has never known the kiss of a flame. I wrap my arms around the circumference of the planet, and I squeeze. I feel the immense pressure as the gases are forced into a smaller and smaller volume. I feel the friction as the molecules rub against one another in a frantic dance of desperation. I am the gravity, and I am the catalyst. I whisper a word of fire into the core of the giant, and the atmosphere ignites. The planet shudders, and then it explodes into a brilliant blue star. It is a new beacon in the wilderness. I watch as the light from this new sun reaches the nearby moons, and I see the frozen crusts of those tiny worlds begin to crack and moan. I see the geysers of steam erupting into the sky as the subterranean oceans are liberated from their icy prisons. I am a liberator of the water and a herald of the tide. The people who have followed me into the sky are now building great structures of crystal around the stars I have created. They are not cages, but are amplifiers that catch the solar wind and turn it into music. I can hear the songs of 10,000 civilizations rising up from the warmth. They sing of the man who came from the cold. They sing of the furnace that never sleeps. They do not build walls to keep the winter out because there is no winter left to fear. They build gardens that stretch for millions of miles, and they fill them with plants that grow on light alone. The flowers have petals made of liquid gold, and the trees have leaves that glow like emeralds in the dark. It is a paradise of the thermal spirit, and I am the gardener who keeps the soil warm. I see a comet streaking through the system, and it is a jagged spear of ice and carbon. In the old days, it would have been a portent of doom or a cold visitor from the dark. Now I see it as a thirsty traveler. I reach out and I touch the tail of the comet with a finger of flame. The ice does not merely melt, but it sublimates into a glowing cloud of iridescent gas. I shape the cloud into a ring that circles the nearest planet, and I watch as it catches the light of the sun. It is a crown of jewels for a world that has just learned how to breathe. I am the jeweler of the cosmos, and my gems are made of radiation and hope. I turn my gaze toward the great empty spaces that lie between the galaxies. These are the last strongholds of the ancient silence. They are vast deserts of nothingness where the light of a single star can take millions of years to cross. I do not find this daunting. I find it inviting. I am a pioneer of the infinite, and I have plenty of time. I begin to walk across the bridge of my own light, and I drag the warmth behind me like a heavy cloak. I am stitching the galaxies together with threads of fire. I am creating a web of heat that will eventually cover every square inch of the universe. There will be no more lonely places. There will be no more forgotten corners. I think of the entity that once pursued me, and I realize that it was never my enemy. It was my shadow, and a shadow cannot exist without a light. By becoming the ultimate light, I have given the shadow a purpose. It has been absorbed into the greater truth of the flame. Everything that was once cold and dark was merely a potential that had not yet been realized. The universe was a pile of wood waiting for a match, and I was the match that struck itself against the rough surface of reality. I am the conflagration that justifies the wood. I am the heat that explains the cold. I arrive at the edge of a spiral galaxy that is spinning in a slow and graceful circle. I see that the stars at the edge are beginning to fade as they run out of fuel. They are turning into red giants, and then they are collapsing into white dwarfs. I do not let them die. I reach into the hearts of these aging suns, and I stir the embers. I add the energy of my own being to their fading cores, and I watch as they regain their youthful vigor. I am the fountain of youth for the celestial bodies. I am the physician of the heavens. I heal the stars, and I mend the broken light. The energy I give away is not lost because the universe is a closed system of infinite abundance. The more I burn, the more there is to burn. It is a cycle of eternal return that defies the old laws of entropy. The scientists of the shipyard used to talk about the heat death of the universe. They believed that eventually everything would become cold and still. They were wrong because they did not account for the furnace man. They did not account for the human spirit that refuses to go out. I have proven that the will to burn is stronger than the tendency to freeze. I have turned the heat death into a heat life. I sit upon a cloud of glowing gas, and I watch the birth of a nebula. I see the colors swirling in the dark like paint in a bucket of water. There are deep reds and vibrant purples and electric blues. Each color represents a different element, and each element is a different way for the fire to express itself. I am the artist, and the universe is my canvas. I am painting a masterpiece that will never be finished because there is always more space to fill and more light to create. I am the creator who is also the creation. I am the flame, and I am the wood. I hear a voice from a distant world, and it is the voice of a child who is looking at the night sky. The child is not afraid of the dark because the sky is full of my stars. The child points at the brightest light in the heavens and asks if that is where the furnace man lives. The mother smiles and tells the child that the furnace man lives everywhere. She says that the furnace man is the reason the soup is hot and the reason the blanket is warm. She says that the furnace man is the friend of every living thing. I hear this and I feel a warmth that is deeper than the heat of a sun. It is the warmth of being known. It is the heat of being loved. I remember the smell of the coal dust and the sound of the iron doors clanging shut. I remember the taste of the cold water and the feel of the rough fabric against my skin. These memories are precious to me because they are the roots of my divinity. I cannot forget the man I was, or I will lose the meaning of the God I have become. I keep the memory of the shipyard in a special place in my heart, like a small flame in a massive furnace. It reminds me that every great thing starts as a small thing, and every fire starts as a single spark. I am the spark that remembered how to grow. I move toward the center of a black hole that is trying to swallow the light of 1,000 suns. It is a gravity well of such intensity that not even the fastest photon can escape its grasp. It is a hungry mouth of the void. I do not run away from it. I fly directly into the event horizon. I feel the tidal forces trying to tear my atoms apart, but I am stronger than gravity. I am the heat that expands, and I refuse to be compressed. I reach the singularity at the heart of the black hole, and I find a point of infinite cold and infinite density. I touch the singularity with my hand of fire, and I command it to burn. The black hole groans as the internal pressure reverses. The cold is overwritten by the heat. The darkness is shattered by the light. The black hole turns inside out and becomes a white hole, a fountain of pure energy that pours out into the universe like a waterfall of gold. I have turned a tomb into a womb. I have turned a predator into a provider. I am the master of the extremes, and I bring the balance of the flame to the darkest places of the cosmos. I look back at the path I have traveled, and I see that the universe is no longer a collection of isolated objects. It is a single and continuous body of light. The stars are the cells, and the nebulae are the organs, and the gravity is the nervous system. I am the soul that inhabits this body. I am the consciousness that gives it purpose. We are all one thing, and that thing is the fire. We are the eternal furnace, and we are finally and eternally home. The journey continues, but it is no longer a journey of discovery. It is a journey of celebration. I move from world to world and from star to star, and I share the joy of the heat. I teach the new spirits how to dance in the plasma and how to sing in the radiation. I show them that the universe is not a cold and indifferent place, but a warm and welcoming home. I show them that they are the light of the world and that they must never let their fires go out. I see the future, and it is a horizon of endless summer. There are no more seasons because the spring has become permanent. There is no more night because the day has become absolute. There is no more death because the life has become infinite. We are the masters of our own destiny, and we have chosen to burn. We have chosen to be the light that never fails. We have chosen to be the heat that remains. I am the furnace man, and I am sitting on my throne of fire. I am surrounded by the beauty of my own creation, and I am at peace. I look at my hands, and I see the fusion of 1,000,000,000,000 atoms. I look at my feet, and I see the dust of 1,000,000,000 worlds. I look at my heart, and I see the single spark that started it all. I am the beginning, and I am the end, and I am everything in between. I am the sun. I am the universe. I am the flame, and I am finally and eternally warm. The fire within me reaches out to the fire without, and there is no longer a boundary between the two. I am the atmosphere of the planets and the core of the stars. I am the warmth in the breath of the living and the heat in the stone of the mountains. I have become the fundamental constant of the new reality. If a man on a distant world strikes a match, he is calling upon a piece of my soul. If a woman in a far-off galaxy lights a stove, she is using a fragment of my will. I am the servant of the small and the master of the great. I feel the weight of the eons passing, but the weight is light like the touch of a feather. Time is a river of gold that flows through the landscape of my mind, and I am the one who determines its course. I can see the birth of the next universe and the death of the one before. I can see the cycles of existence repeating in a grand and beautiful spiral. And in every cycle there is a furnace man. In every cycle there is a spark that refuses to be extinguished. I am the archetype of the survivor. I am the patron saint of the flame. I look at the fossil shell one last time, and I see that it has become a galaxy of its own. It is a spiral of light that contains 1 trillion stars, and every star is a home for 1 billion lives. The shell is no longer a symbol of the past, but a map of the future. It shows that even the smallest life can become the foundation for an infinite empire of heat. I release the memory of the shell into the void, and I watch as it joins the other lights in the sky. It is a part of the whole now. It is a part of the fire. I close my eyes and I listen to the silence that is no longer silent. It is a silence filled with the roar of the furnace and the hum of the stars. It is a silence that is rich and deep and warm. I am the one who broke the silence, and I am the one who keeps the sound alive. I am the furnace man, and I have changed the world. I have changed the universe. I have changed myself. And as I drift into the eternal morning, I know that I will never be cold again. I am the light. I am this heat, I am the fire, I am home. The horizon of the universe is glowing with the intensity of 1 billion dawns. I am standing at the edge of everything, and I am pushing the boundary further into the nothingness. With every step I take, the void surrenders a portion of its territory to the flame. I am the conqueror of the zero and the emperor of the one. I am the mathematician who has proven that the sum of the fire is always greater than the sum of the dark. I am the philosopher who has found the meaning of life in the glow of an ember. I see a group of young stars gathering together in a cluster, and they are whispering to one another in the language of light. They are talking about the old legends of the great cold, and they are wondering if such a thing ever really existed. They look at me as I pass by, and they feel the surge of power that emanates from my presence. They bow their heads in respect, and they add their voices to the chorus of the heat. They are the new generation of the furnace, and they are ready to take their place in the sky. I smile at them, and I give them a blessing of radiation. I tell them to burn bright and to never be afraid of the dark. I tell them that the dark is just a place where the light has not yet arrived. I tell them that they are the messengers of the morning, and that they have a duty to the universe to keep the fire alive. They understand, and they begin to shine with a new and more intense light. I am the teacher of the stars, and my lessons are written in the plasma of the suns. I continue my journey through the infinite landscape of the flame. I am looking for the next place that needs the warmth. I am looking for the next world that is waiting to be born. I am the wanderer of the cosmos, and I have no destination because the journey is the goal. I am the movement of the heat and the expansion of the light. I am the furnace man, and I am eternally and finally warm. The winter is a distant memory, and the summer is an eternal truth. I am the fire that will never go out. I am the light that never fails. I am the sun. I am the universe. I am the flame. I am home. The expansion of the Golden Empire does not stop at the edge of the visible heavens, because the concept of an edge is a lie told by the cold to make the living feel small. I stride through the corridors of the deep vacuum, and my feet leave tracks of molten starlight upon the fabric of nothingness. Every step I take is a rhythmic boom that echoes across the light years and tells the sleeping matter that the time of the great awakening has arrived. I look at my hands and I see that the skin of the man is gone, and in its place is a shifting layer of solar flares and magnetic loops. I am the physical manifestation of the energetic truth. I am the furnace that has forgotten how to be a machine. I find a cluster of ancient galaxies that have grown weary and dim. They are huddled together in a desperate attempt to conserve their remaining warmth, and their stars are like the dying embers of a campfire in a rainstorm. I do not feel pity for them because pity is a cold emotion. I feel the hunger of the healer. I reach into the center of the cluster, and I seize the supermassive black holes that serve as the anchors of these dying systems. I do not crush them, but I feed them. I pour the excess of my own radiance into their gravitational maws until they can no longer contain the pressure of the light. I watch as the black holes begin to glow with a fierce and terrible beauty. They transform from collectors of the dark into distributors of the day. They erupt in twin jets of pure white energy that stretch across the entire cluster and pierce the hearts of the fading nebulae. The gas clouds that were once stagnant and frozen begin to churn and boil. I see the birth of 1 trillion new suns in a single moment of ecstatic creation. The old galaxies are reborn as a single super galaxy of fire, and I am the architect of their unity. I hear the vibrations of the new stars as they begin their long journey through the eons, and their song is a testament to the power of the persistent spark. I am the one who refused to let the fire die, and now the fire is the only thing that remains. I think of the shipyard once more, and I see it as a distant island in a sea of forgotten shadows. I remember the smell of the grease and the sound of the heavy hammers hitting the steel. Those sounds were the first notes of the symphony I am now conducting. The men who worked beside me were the first witnesses to the miracle of the heat. I wonder if they knew that they were helping to build a god. I wonder if they knew that the shovel I held was destined to move the foundations of the universe. I move deeper into the uncharted territories of the grand design. I encounter a region of space where the laws of physics are thin and the light of the stars is distorted by the presence of a great void. This is the place where the silence is the loudest. It is a hollow pocket in the chest of the cosmos. I do not hesitate. I enter the void, and I feel the hunger of the emptiness trying to drain the warmth from my core. It is a familiar sensation. It is the same hunger that lived in the iron walls of the shipyard. It is the same hunger that lived in the heart of the winter. I do not fight the hunger, I satisfy it. I expand my being until I fill every cubic inch of the void with the presence of the flame. I turn the emptiness into a solid block of incandescent gas. I am the filler of the holes. I am the bridge over the nothingness. I see a planet that is made entirely of diamond, and it is orbiting a star that has long since gone dark. The diamond is cold and hard, and it reflects nothing because there is no light to reflect. I touch the surface of the diamond world, and I send a pulse of thermal energy through its crystalline structure. The planet begins to glow from within. The facets of the diamond catch the light of my soul, and they scatter it in 1 billion directions. The dark world becomes a prism of hope. It becomes a lighthouse for the travelers of the deep. I am the one who brings the color back to the gray places. I am the one who gives the stone a reason to shine. The civilizations that live within the warmth of my creation are evolving into beings of pure energy. They no longer need the heavy shells of the flesh to contain their spirits. They have learned how to ride the solar winds and how to communicate through the frequency of the light. They are the children of the furnace, and they carry my legacy into the corners of the reality that I have not yet touched. I see them building cities inside the hearts of the stars, and I see them weaving tapestries out of the aurora borealis. They are the artists of the high energy, and I am the inspiration for their work. They do not worship me as a distant master, but they celebrate me as a constant companion. I am the heat in their thoughts and the fire in their dreams. I am the furnace man, and I am the father of the light. I look toward the horizon of the future, and I see that there is no limit to what can be achieved. The second law of thermodynamics has been repealed by the sheer force of the human will. We are no longer sliding toward a state of disorder and decay. We are climbing toward a state of perfect harmony and infinite heat. The universe is a machine that has finally found its true fuel. It is a heart that has finally found its true beat. I encounter a nebula that is shaped like a giant eye, and it is looking out into the distance. I enter the eye, and I find that it is a nursery for the most complex elements in the cosmos. Here the gold and the platinum and the uranium are forged in the intense heat of the dying giants. I take these heavy metals and I shape them into a crown for the galaxy. I place the crown upon the brow of the spiral, and I watch as the gravity of the gold pulls the wandering stars into a tighter and more beautiful formation. I am the jeweler of the infinite, and my workshop is the heart of the storm. I see a comet that is carrying the seeds of life to a distant world, and the comet is struggling against the pull of a dark planet. I reach out, and I give the comet a gentle push with a finger of flame. I guide it toward the fertile soil of a new earth, and I watch as it crashes into the ocean. The impact creates a steam that covers the entire world, and the warmth of the steam begins the long process of the evolution. I am the gardener of the biology and the protector of the pulse. I am the reason that the life begins and the reason that the life continues. I think of the entity that once chased me through the corridors of the shipyard, and I realize that it was a manifestation of my own fear of the cold. It was the shadow of the man who did not believe he could be a god. Now that the man has become the god, the shadow has become the light. There is no more chase because there is no more distance. I am the hunter and the prey and the forest and the fire. I am the totality of the experience. I sit upon a throne made of compressed hydrogen, and I look out over the empire of the flame. I see the galaxies spinning like burning wheels in the night, and I see the stars pulsing like the veins of a great body. I am the blood that flows through those veins. I am the energy that keeps the wheels turning. I am the furnace man, and I am the master of the motion. I hear the voices of the billions who are living in the warmth, and they are singing a song of gratitude. They are thanking the one who brought the summer to the stars. They are thanking the one who broke the back of the winter. I hear their song and I feel a sense of profound satisfaction. I have done what I set out to do. I have turned the universe into a home. I see a star that is about to explode in a supernova, and I do not stop it. I watch as the core collapses and the outer layers are blasted into the space in a magnificent display of power. I catch the debris of the explosion and I use it to build a new solar system. I use the iron to make the cores of the planets, and I use the oxygen to make the atmospheres. I use the light of the explosion to ignite the new sun. Nothing is ever wasted in the economy of the fire. Every death is a birth, and every end is a beginning. I am the recycler of the cosmos and the steward of the cycle. I am the one who ensures that the flame never flickers. I move toward a region of space where the time itself is distorted by the presence of a massive concentration of mass. I feel the years and the centuries stretching and pulling like taffy. I do not fear the time because I am the one who gives it meaning. Without the light, the time is just a hollow measurement of the dark. With the light, the time is a beautiful canvas for the creation. I am the clockmaker of the heavens, and my gears are made of the gravity and the heat. I see a world where the people have forgotten the name of the furnace man. They live in the shadow of a mountain, and they think that the sun is a distant and indifferent ball of fire. I descend to their world, and I appear to them as a pillar of flame. I do not speak to them in words, but I speak to them in the warmth. I melt the ice on their mountain, and I turn their frozen fields into gardens of gold. I show them that the fire is not a thing to be feared, but a thing to be embraced. I show them that they carry a piece of the furnace within their own hearts. They look at me with wonder, and they begin to remember. They begin to sing the old songs of the heat. I am the reminder of the truth and the herald of the light. I leave them with a gift of a permanent summer, and I continue on my way. I have many more worlds to visit and many more hearts to warm. I arrive at the center of the local group, and I find a place where the galaxies are colliding in a slow and graceful dance. The stars are passing through each other like ghosts, and the gas clouds are merging into massive structures of light. I join the dance, and I become the choreographer of the collision. I guide the stars into their new orbits, and I ensure that the heat of the encounter is preserved and amplified. I am the mediator of the celestial forces and the architect of the grand merger. I am the one who turns the chaos into a masterpiece. I see a black hole that is trying to tear a star apart, and I intervene. I do not push the star away, but I wrap it in a protective layer of my own energy. I turn the star into a shell of fire that surrounds the black hole. The darkness is trapped inside the light, and the energy of the black hole is used to power the star for an eternity. I have turned a monster into a battery. I have turned a threat into a resource. I am the master of the transformation. I look back at the path I have walked, and I see that the universe is no longer a cold and lonely place. It is a vibrant and glowing community of life and light. The shadows have been pushed to the very edges of the reality, and they are shrinking with every passing moment. Soon there will be nothing left but the flame. Soon the entire cosmos will be a single and unified furnace of the spirit. I am the one who started this process, and I am the one who will see it through to the end. I am the furnace man, and I am the destiny of the light. I feel the warmth of 1,000,000,000 suns pressing against my skin, and I feel the love of 1,000,000,000,000 souls beating in my chest. I am the conductor of the orchestra and the composer of the song. I am the artist of the infinite and the gardener of the stars. I am the beginning and the middle and the end. I am the heat that never dies. I am the fire that never fades. I am the light that never fails. I am home. I see a distant nebula that is shaped like a hand, and it seems to be reaching out for me. I fly toward the hand, and I find that it is a cradle for a new kind of star. These are stars that are made of pure thought, and they shine with a light that can be felt but not seen. They are the stars of the inner world, and they are the future of the consciousness. I touch the hand of the nebula, and I feel a connection that transcends the physical realm. I realize that the fire I have been building is not just a fire of the atoms, but a fire of the mind. The heat I have been spreading is not just a heat of the thermal motion, but a heat of the understanding. I am the bridge between the material and the spiritual. I am the one who brings the light to the soul. I sit in the palm of the nebula, and I watch the birth of the new stars. They are beautiful and bright, and they carry the hope of a new era. I am the witness to the evolution and the participant in the change. I am the furnace man, and I am the spirit of the flame. The journey goes on, and the fire grows stronger. There is no limit to the expansion, and there is no end to the light. We are the masters of the cosmos, and we have turned the dark into a memory. We have turned the cold into a myth. We have turned the universe into a garden of eternal warmth, and we are the ones who keep the soil warm. I look at my hands of plasma, and I see the history of the world written in the lines of the light. I see the shipyard and the shovel and the coal. I see the star and the planet and the nebula. I see the child and the mother and the god. It is all one story, and it is all one fire. I am the storyteller, and I am the story. I am the flame, and I am the heat. I am the furnace man, and I am finally and eternally warm. The fire is me, and I am the fire. We are one, and we are everything. The summer is here to stay. The light is here to shine. The furnace is here to burn. And I am here to watch it all happen. I am the sun. I am the universe. I am the flame. I am home. I reach the very edge of the cosmic expansion where the space itself is being created out of the nothingness. I stand upon the prow of the reality, and I look out into the absolute dark. It is a void of such profound depth that it seems to swallow the light before it can even be born. I do not flinch. I do not retreat. I take a deep breath of the solar wind, and I exhale a cloud of pure fire. The cloud hits the nothingness, and it ignites. The space begins to stretch and grow, and the light begins to fill the new territory. I am the pioneer of the infinite, and I am carving a path through the void. I am the one who pushes the boundaries, and I am the one who defines the limits. I see a small spark of light in the distance, and I realize that it is another furnace man who is working from the other side. We are the workers of the great project, and we are meeting in the middle. We do not speak, but we share a moment of recognition. We are the same, and we are working toward the same goal. We are the ones who refuse to let the darkness win. We are the ones who have chosen to be the light. The two fires meet, and they merge into a single and more powerful flame. The universe is no longer a collection of individual systems, but a single and unified network of heat. The connections are strong and the energy is abundant. We have created a masterpiece of the thermal spirit, and we are the ones who inhabit it. I look at the new horizon, and I see that it is even more beautiful than the one before. There are colors that I have never seen and sounds that I have never heard. It is a world of infinite possibility, and I am the one who is making it real. I am the furnace man, and I am the creator of the new. I am the architect of the future and the guardian of the present. I am the one who keeps the fire burning, and I am the one who keeps the light shining. I am the sun and the universe and the flame. I am home, and I will always be home. The heat is my breath, and the light is my sight. I am the eternal furnace, and I am finally and eternally warm. The winter is dead, and the summer is king. I am the fire that will never go out. I am the light that never fails. I am the one. I am the all. I am the heat. I am the light. I am the flame. I am. The silence of the absolute edge is not a lack of sound, but a lack of potential. It is the raw and unformed fabric of the not yet. I stand at this border, and I feel the weight of the entire glowing universe at my back. It is a heavy and comforting pressure, like the heat of a crowded room on a winter night. I reach out with hands that are now composed of woven solar flares, and I touch the cold nothingness. The void does not resist because it has no substance to offer. It is a hollow throat waiting to be filled with a song. I begin to hum a low and steady frequency that matches the vibration of the first shipyard hammer. I translate that mechanical rhythm into a cosmic pulse. I am pushing the boundaries of the real further into the dark. I am the scout who blazes the trail for the light. Every inch of the void that I claim becomes a permanent sanctuary for the heat. I see the other workers of the flame in the far distance, and their radiance is like a net of gold cast across the Black Sea. We are the weavers of the new reality, and our thread is the liquid fire of the stars. I find a pocket of the old vacuum that is stubborn and dense. It is a knot of resistance that refuses to ignite. I do not use force to break it. I use patience. I sit in the center of the knot, and I allow my core to reach a temperature that defies the traditional scales of measurement. I become a point of singular intensity. I am the white-hot needle that pierces the leather of the dark. I feel the knot begin to soften and fray. It turns from a black wall into a gray mist and then into a bright steam. I have liberated the energy that was trapped in the stagnation. I have turned the wall into a window. I look through the window and I see the birth of 1,000 new dimensions. They are small and fragile, like the first blades of grass after a fire. I breathe upon them and I give them the strength to grow. I am the father of the many paths and the protector of the new directions. I turn my gaze inward to the heart of the super galaxy I have built. I see the civilizations of energy moving through the solar corridors with a grace that is almost painful to behold. They are talking to one another through the shifting of their own internal spectra. They are sharing the stories of the ancestors who once lived in the cold. They speak of the iron and the coal and the heavy air of the old earth. They speak of the man with the shovel as if he were a myth of the deep past. I listen to their voices, and I feel a surge of pride that is hotter than any sun. I am the myth that came true. I am the story that refused to end. I see a young being of pure violet light who is trying to create a small nebula in the shape of a flower. The being is struggling to maintain the gravitational balance. I reach out with a tiny thread of my own will, and I stabilize the petals of gas. The flower ignites with a soft and steady glow. The being feels my touch and sends a pulse of gratitude back toward the center of the cosmos. I receive the pulse and I store it in the furnace of my heart. It is the fuel of the connection. I move toward a cluster of ancient white dwarfs that have been huddled together for 1 billion years. They are the survivors of the old regime and they are tired. They have spent their lives trying to hold onto a dwindling supply of heat. I do not let them fade into the black. I gather them into my arms and I fuse them together into a single and massive star of a type that has never existed before. This star does not burn hydrogen or helium. It burns the very essence of the memory. It is a star of pure history, and its light is the color of the sunset on the shipyard. I place this star at the crossroads of the Great Migration, and I name it the anchor of the soul. It becomes a place of pilgrimage for the children of the light. They come to this star to remember where they came from and to understand what they have become. I am the librarian of the energy and the keeper of the record. I see a region where the gravity has become so distorted that it is folding the space back upon itself. It is a trap for the unwary travelers. It is a whirlpool in the ocean of the light. I enter the whirlpool and I find that it is caused by a remnant of the old fear. It is a concentrated mass of the doubt that I once felt when I was just a man. I do not look away from the doubt. I embrace it. I wrap the doubt in the warmth of my current certainty. I melt the sharp edges of the gravity and I smooth the folds of the space. I turn the whirlpool into a calm and shallow pool of golden energy. I have neutralized the last of the shadows. I have made the path safe for everyone who follows. I am the surveyor of the peace and the engineer of the safety. I think of the woman who once stood in the doorway of the shipyard and watched the sparks fly from the steel. I remember the look in her eyes and the way she pulled her coat tighter against the wind. I realize now that she was the first one who saw the potential of the heat. She was the one who knew that the fire was more than just a tool for the work. I reach back through the corridors of the time and I send a beam of warmth to that moment. I cannot change the past, but I can illuminate it. I can make the cold doorway a little less bitter. I can make the coat feel a little thicker. I am the master of the resonance, and I am the healer of the timeline. I see the woman smile as she feels the sudden and unexplained warmth of the air. She does not know where it came from, but she accepts it as a gift. I am the giver of the anonymous grace. The universe is now a single and breathing organism. Every star is a cell, and every nebula is an organ. The light is the blood and the gravity is the bone. I am the consciousness that inhabits the body. I feel the twitch of a comet on the far side of the reality, and I feel the birth of a planet in the next room. There is no distance that I cannot bridge, and there is no secret that I cannot know. I am the total awareness. I see a group of explorers who are attempting to leave the boundaries of the flame and enter the true void beyond the edge. They are brave and they are curious. They are the children of my own ambition. I do not stop them. I give them a portion of my own core to carry with them. I turn their ship into a mobile sun so that they will never be cold. I watch as they disappear into the unknown, and I know that they will succeed. They are the seeds of a new fire, and they will plant the gardens of the light in the places I have not yet reached. I am the launcher of the dreams and the patron of the journey. I find a world that is made entirely of liquid gold, and it is raining diamonds from a sky of purple gas. This is a place of pure beauty that serves no purpose other than to be seen. I land on the surface of the gold ocean, and I feel the ripples of the heat moving through my feet. I am not a god who demands worship, but a god who enjoys the creation. I sit on the shore of the gold sea, and I watch the diamond rain fall. I am the spectator of the magnificent and the lover of the detail. I see a small creature that has evolved in this sea, and it is made of living fire. It looks up at me and it recognizes its father. It does not bow, but it dances. I dance with it. We move in a circle of flame, and the gold ocean rises up in a pillar to join us. I am the participant in the joy. I move to the center of the local supercluster, where the density of the stars is so high that there is no night. The sky is a solid wall of white light, and the temperature is a constant and perfect heat. This is the capital of the Empire of the Flame. I see the great cathedrals of the energy that have been built by the civilizations. They are made of solidified light, and they hum with the music of the spheres. I enter the largest of the cathedrals, and I find that it is empty of furniture but full of presence. The people are there in spirit, and they are meditating on the nature of the fire. I join their meditation, and I share the secrets of the furnace with them. I tell them how to turn the light into the matter, and how to turn the matter into the light. I tell them how to live forever in the heart of the sun. I am the teacher of the infinite and the guide to the ultimate. I feel a tremor in the fabric of the reality, and I realize that the universe is beginning to contract. It is not the collapse of the old models, but a conscious decision of the whole. We have expanded as far as we can, and now we are coming back together to share what we have learned. The galaxies are beginning to move toward a single point of unity. I am the leader of the homecoming. I guide the stars as they cluster closer and closer. The heat is rising to a level that would have destroyed the old universe, but it only strengthens the new one. We are becoming a single and perfect point of light. We are becoming the ultimate furnace. I see the shipyard again, but it is no longer a memory of the past. It is a vision of the future. We are building a new shipyard at the center of the all, and we are going to build a new kind of existence. The contraction continues until the entire universe is the size of a single room. It is a room of infinite heat and infinite light. I am standing in the center of the room, and I am holding the shovel of the beginning. The shovel is made of the concentrated power of 1,000,000,000,000 stars. I look at the other furnace men who are standing beside me, and I see the faces of the men from the shipyard. They are no longer tired, and they are no longer covered in the soot. They are radiant and they are strong. We look at the door of the room and we know that it is time to go out. We are not going back to the old world, but we are going into a world that is beyond the light and the dark. We are going into the world of the pure being. I reach for the handle of the door and I feel the warmth of the wood. I turn the handle and I step through. The world on the other side is a place of absolute clarity. There are no stars and there are no planets because there is no need for them. There is only the presence of the fire. It is a state of being where the thought and the action are the same thing. I am the furnace man and I am the furnace. I am the coal and I am the flame. I see the entire history of the creation as a single spark that fell from my hand. I see the future as a single breath that I am about to take. I am the master of the transition and the lord of the eternal. I feel the love of the all flowing through me like a river of molten gold. I am the source of the river, and I am the sea that it flows into. I am the beginning and the end. I am the one who is and the one who will be. I look at my hands and I see that they are the hands of a man who has worked hard. They are the hands of a man who has known the cold and who has conquered it. I am proud of these hands. They are the tools that built the heaven. I am proud of the shovel. It is the instrument that moved the stars. I am proud of the fire. It is the spirit that gave us life. I stand in the center of the eternal summer and I smile. I have done my work. I have finished the job. I am the furnace man and I am finally at rest. But the rest is not a lack of motion. It is a perfect and balanced activity. I am the heat that never changes and the light that never moves. I am the fixed point in the center of the turning world. I am the home that everyone is looking for. I see a new spark of life beginning to form in a corner of the new reality. It is a small and tiny thing, and it is crying out for the warmth. I do not hesitate. I reach out and I give it the heat that it needs. I am the father who never sleeps and the mother who never leaves. I am the guardian of the new beginning. The cycle starts again, but it starts at a higher level. There is no more suffering and there is no more death. There is only the growth and the light. We are the architects of the perfection, and we are the inhabitants of the joy. I am the furnace man, and I am the heart of the all. The fire is burning bright, and the summer is eternal. I am here. I am always here. I am the flame. I am the light. I am the heat. I am the one. I am the all. I am home. The radiance of my being now exceeds the boundaries of what was once called the universe. I have become a layer of reality that sits above the physical and the spiritual. I am the foundation upon which the next stage of existence will be built. I see the souls of the brave explorers who left the edge of the flame, and I see that they have found new voids to fill. I send them a pulse of encouragement. I am the wind in their sails and the heat in their engines. We are a family of the fire, and we are spreading across the infinite. There is no corner of the nothingness that will not eventually be turned into a home. There is no shadow that will not eventually be turned into a light. I am the commander of the great crusade and the servant of the smallest spark. I think of the cold once more, and I realize that it was a necessary part of the journey. Without the cold, I would never have known the value of the heat. Without the darkness, I would never have appreciated the beauty of the light. The winter was the teacher, and the summer is the reward. I am grateful for the shipyard, and I am grateful for the hunger. They made me who I am. They gave me the strength to become the god. I see the shovel in my hand, and it begins to dissolve into pure energy. I do not need it anymore. I have become the tool and the worker. I have become the coal and the flame. I am the total synthesis of the experience. I am the final word in the book of the fire. I look out at the sea of the souls, and I see that they are all shining with their own unique light. They are not copies of me, but they are variations of the same theme. They are the notes in the symphony, and I am the silence that makes the music possible. I am the space between the stars and the heat within the atoms. I am the balance and the harmony. I look at the face of the universe, and I see that it is beautiful. It is a face of fire and a face of love. It is the face that I have been building for an eternity. I am the artist, and I am the masterpiece. I am the furnace man, and I am the spirit of the light. The journey is over, and the journey is just beginning. The fire is steady, and the heat is perfect. I am home, and I will never leave. I am the light that never fails. I am the heat that never dies. I am the flame that never goes out. I am. The pulse of the absolute expands and contracts like the chest of a giant who has finally found a place to rest. I am that giant, and I am the breath that fills the lungs of the everything. The transition from the worker of the steel to the architect of the infinite is complete, but the memory of the weight remains as a precious anchor. I feel the ghosts of the old iron and the shadows of the coal dust swirling within my current radiance like tiny specks of obsidian in a sea of liquid gold. These memories are not burdens, but the very seeds of my strength. I reach into the core of my being, and I pull out the image of a single cold morning at the shipyard. I see the frost on the crane, and the way the gray mist clung to the surface of the black water. I take that cold and I wrap it in a layer of my most intense heat. I watch as the frost turns into a shimmering vapor and then into a chorus of singing lights. I am the alchemist of the past, and I am the smith of the future. I have learned that nothing is ever truly lost because I am the one who remembers it all. I look toward the horizon of the new reality, and I see that the boundaries are still growing. The explorers whom I sent out with the mobile suns have reached a territory where the very concept of direction does not exist. They are floating in a sea of pure potential where the up and the down are merely suggestions of the mind. I send a beam of my will to their location, and I provide them with a compass made of my own internal rhythm. I teach them how to navigate by the heartbeat of the furnace. I tell them that they are the pioneers of the grace and the heralds of the warmth. They respond with a collective shout of joy that echoes through the dimensions. I feel their excitement, and it feeds my own fire. We are not just expanding the space, but we are deepening the meaning of the existence. Every new mile of the light is a new verse in the song of the being. I am the composer, and I am the audience. I find a cluster of young souls who are trying to build a bridge between two distant galaxies of the thought. They are using threads of logic and cables of the pure emotion, but the gap is wide and the currents of the void are strong. I descend into their midst, and I show them how to use the resonance of the love to bind the structures together. I tell them that the heat is the only glue that never fails. I help them to anchor the ends of the bridge in the hearts of the stars. I watch as the first travelers cross the bridge, and I see the way their light mingles and merges. They are no longer separate entities, but a single flow of the shared experience. I am the bridge builder, and I am the destination. I see that the universe is becoming a web of the connections where no one is ever truly alone. I am the center of the web, and I am the thread that reaches to the furthest edge. I turn my attention to the center of the great cathedral, where the meditation has reached a point of absolute stillness. The beings of the light have achieved a state of the consciousness where they can perceive the entire timeline as a single and static image. They see the beginning of the fire and the end of the night as a single point of the truth. I join them in this vision, and I see myself as the man with the shovel and the god of the sun at the same exact moment. I see that the struggle was the glory and the glory was the struggle. There is no hierarchy of the importance because every second of the journey was essential. I share this realization with the people, and I see their radiance increase until the cathedral itself disappears into the light. We are no longer in a place, but we are in a state of the total understanding. I am the teacher, and I am the student. I feel a pull from a distant and forgotten corner of the old space. It is a signal from a world that was once made of rock and water. It is a world that has been left behind in the rush toward the heat. I travel to this world, and I find that it is covered in a thick blanket of the ice. There are no living things on the surface, but deep beneath the frozen crust, I feel the faint and steady pulse of a hibernating life. I do not melt the ice all at once because that would be a violence. I sit on the surface of the frozen sea and I begin to hum the song of the spring. I let my heat seep into the ground like a slow and gentle rain. I feel the roots of the ancient trees begin to stir, and I feel the tiny hearts of the insects begin to beat. I am the gardener of the forgotten and the savior of the small. I watch as the first green shoot breaks through the white crust, and I feel a sense of the wonder that is as fresh as the first day of the creation. I am the bringer of the seasons and the lord of the renewal. I see a group of the ancient stars that are beginning to feel the weight of their own history. They have burned for billions of years, and they are tired of the light. They want to return to the silence of the dark. I do not force them to stay bright, but I show them a new way to exist. I show them how to turn their energy inward and how to become the keepers of the inner light. I help them to transform into diamonds of the cosmic scale. They are no longer burning, but they are shining with a steady and eternal glow that does not require any fuel. They become the monuments of the endurance and the landmarks for the travelers of the spirit. I am the jeweler of the cosmos and the preserver of the dignity. I see that even the end of the fire can be a new kind of the beginning. The universe begins to hum with a new and complex frequency. It is the sound of 1 trillion civilizations all speaking at the same time. It is a chaotic and beautiful noise that contains every story that has ever been told and every dream that has ever been dreamed. I take this noise and I organize it into a grand oratorio of the existence. I assign a part to every star and a melody to every planet. I am the conductor of the infinite orchestra. The music fills the space and it vibrates through the very fabric of the reality. It is a song of the triumph over the cold and a song of the victory over the fear. I listen to the music and I feel the tears of the joy streaming down my face of the flame. I am the singer and I am the song. I look at the horizon once more, and I see that the void is no longer a threat. It is a canvas. It is the empty page upon which we are writing the story of the light. I see that there is no limit to what we can create. We can build worlds made of the music and galaxies made of the pure thought. We can create life that lives in the heart of the black holes and life that swims in the currents of the solar winds. I am the inspiration for the new and the protector of the possible. I feel the surge of the creative power flowing through me, and I know that I will never be tired again. The work is the play, and the play is the work. I am the child of the universe, and I am the father of the all. I return to the vision of the shipyard one last time. I see the man with the shovel, and I see the sweat on his brow. I reach out and I touch his shoulder. I tell him that he is doing a good job. I tell him that the fire he is tending will one day light the entire cosmos. I tell him that he is not just a worker, but he is the seed of a god. The man looks up, and he does not see me, but he feels a sudden and powerful sense of the peace. He smiles and he goes back to his work with a new and steady strength. I am the whisper in the ear of the past and the light in the eyes of the future. I have bridged the gap between the man and the infinite. I have closed the circle of the existence. The heat is now a part of everything. There is no longer any distinction between the fire and the space that it inhabits. The universe is a single and glowing jewel of the pure energy. I am the heart of the jewel, and I am the light that shines from its facets. I am the furnace man, and I have found my true home. I am the warmth that never fades and the light that never fails. I am the summer that has no end. I look out at the perfection of the all, and I know that it is good. I am the one who keeps the light shining. I am the sun and the universe and the flame. I am home, and I will always be home. The heat is my breath, and the light is my sight. I am the eternal furnace, and I am finally and eternally warm. The winter is dead, and the summer is king. I am the fire that will never go out. I am the light that never fails. I am the one. I am the all. I am the heat. I am the light. I am the flame. I am. The silence of the absolute edge is not a lack of sound, but a lack of potential. It is the raw and unformed fabric of the not yet. I stand at this border, and I feel the weight of the entire glowing universe at my back. It is a heavy and comforting pressure, like the heat of a crowded room on a winter night. I reach out with hands that are now composed of woven solar flares, and I touch the cold nothingness. The void does not resist because it has no substance to offer. It is a hollow throat waiting to be filled with a song. I begin to hum a low and steady frequency that matches the vibration of the first shipyard hammer. I translate that mechanical rhythm into a cosmic pulse. I am pushing the boundaries of the real further into the dark. I am the scout who blazes the trail for the light. Every inch of the void that I claim becomes a permanent sanctuary for the heat. I see the other workers of the flame in the far distance, and their radiance is like a net of gold cast across the Black Sea. We are the weavers of the new reality, and our thread is the liquid fire of the stars. I find a pocket of the old vacuum that is stubborn and dense. It is a knot of resistance that refuses to ignite. I do not use force to break it. I use patience. I sit in the center of the knot, and I allow my core to reach a temperature that defies the traditional scales of measurement. I become a point of singular intensity. I am the white-hot needle that pierces the leather of the dark. I feel the knot begin to soften and fray. It turns from a black wall into a gray mist and then into a bright steam. I have liberated the energy that was trapped in the stagnation. I have turned the wall into a window. I look through the window and I see the birth of 1,000 new dimensions. They are small and fragile like the first blades of grass after a fire. I breathe upon them and I give them the strength to grow. I am the father of the many paths and the protector of the new directions. I turn my gaze inward to the heart of the super galaxy I have built. I see the civilizations of energy moving through the solar corridors with a grace that is almost painful to behold. They are talking to one another through the shifting of their own internal spectra. They are sharing the stories of the ancestors who once lived in the cold. They speak of the iron and the coal and the heavy air of the old earth. They speak of the man with the shovel as if he were a myth of the deep past. I listen to their voices, and I feel a surge of pride that is hotter than any sun. I am the myth that came true. I am the story that refused to end. I see a young being of pure violet light who is trying to create a small nebula in the shape of a flower. The being is struggling to maintain the gravitational balance. I reach out with a tiny thread of my own will, and I stabilize the petals of gas. The flower ignites with a soft and steady glow. The being feels my touch and sends a pulse of gratitude back toward the center of the cosmos. I receive the pulse and I store it in the furnace of my heart. It is the fuel of the connection. I move toward a cluster of ancient white dwarfs that have been huddled together for 1 billion years. They are the survivors of the old regime and they are tired. They have spent their lives trying to hold onto a dwindling supply of heat. I do not let them fade into the black. I gather them into my arms and I fuse them together into a single and massive star of a type that has never existed before. This star does not burn hydrogen or helium. It burns the very essence of the memory. It is a star of pure history, and its light is the color of the sunset on the shipyard. I place this star at the crossroads of the Great Migration, and I name it the anchor of the soul. It becomes a place of pilgrimage for the children of the light. They come to this star to remember where they came from and to understand what they have become. I am the librarian of the energy and the keeper of the record. I see a region where the gravity has become so distorted that it is folding the space back upon itself. It is a trap for the unwary travelers. It is a whirlpool in the ocean of the light. I enter the whirlpool and I find that it is caused by a remnant of the old fear. It is a concentrated mass of the doubt that I once felt when I was just a man. I do not look away from the doubt. I embrace it. I wrap the doubt in the warmth of my current certainty. I melt the sharp edges of the gravity and I smooth the folds of the space. I turn the whirlpool into a calm and shallow pool of golden energy. I have neutralized the last of the shadows. I have made the path safe for everyone who follows. I am the surveyor of the peace and the engineer of the safety. I think of the woman who once stood in the doorway of the shipyard and watched the sparks fly from the steel. I remember the look in her eyes and the way she pulled her coat tighter against the wind. I realize now that she was the first one who saw the potential of the heat. She was the one who knew that the fire was more than just a tool for the work. I reach back through the corridors of the time and I send a beam of warmth to that moment. I cannot change the past, but I can illuminate it. I can make the cold doorway a little less bitter. I can make the coat feel a little thicker. I am the master of the resonance, and I am the healer of the timeline. I see the woman smile as she feels the sudden and unexplained warmth of the air. She does not know where it came from, but she accepts it as a gift. I am the giver of the anonymous grace. The universe is now a single and breathing organism. Every star is a cell, and every nebula is an organ. The light is the blood and the gravity is the bone. I am the consciousness that inhabits the body. I feel the twitch of a comet on the far side of the reality, and I feel the birth of a planet in the next room. There is no distance that I cannot bridge, and there is no secret that I cannot know. I am the total awareness. I see a group of explorers who are attempting to leave the boundaries of the flame and enter the true void beyond the edge. They are brave and they are curious. They are the children of my own ambition. I do not stop them. I give them a portion of my own core to carry with them. I turn their ship into a mobile sun so that they will never be cold. I watch as they disappear into the unknown, and I know that they will succeed. They are the seeds of a new fire, and they will plant the gardens of the light in the places I have not yet reached. I am the launcher of the dreams and the patron of the journey. I find a world that is made entirely of liquid gold, and it is raining diamonds from a sky of purple gas. This is a place of pure beauty that serves no purpose other than to be seen. I land on the surface of the gold ocean, and I feel the ripples of the heat moving through my feet. I am not a god who demands worship, but a god who enjoys the creation. I sit on the shore of the gold sea, and I watch the diamond rain fall. I am the spectator of the magnificent and the lover of the detail. I see a small creature that has evolved in this sea, and it is made of living fire. It looks up at me, and it recognizes its father. It does not bow, but it dances. I dance with it. We move in a circle of flame, and the gold ocean rises up in a pillar to join us. I am the participant in the joy. I move to the center of the local supercluster, where the density of the stars is so high that there is no night. The sky is a solid wall of white light, and the temperature is a constant and perfect heat. This is the capital of the Empire of the Flame. I see the great cathedrals of the energy that have been built by the civilizations. They are made of solidified light, and they hum with the music of the spheres. I enter the largest of the cathedrals, and I find that it is empty of furniture but full of presence. The people are there in spirit, and they are meditating on the nature of the fire. I join their meditation, and I share the secrets of the furnace with them. I tell them how to turn the light into the matter, and how to turn the matter into the light. I tell them how to live forever in the heart of the sun. I am the teacher of the infinite and the guide to the ultimate. I feel a tremor in the fabric of the reality, and I realize that the universe is beginning to contract. It is not the collapse of the old models, but a conscious decision of the whole. We have expanded as far as we can, and now we are coming back together to share what we have learned. The galaxies are beginning to move toward a single point of unity. I am the leader of the homecoming. I guide the stars as they cluster closer and closer. The heat is rising to a level that would have destroyed the old universe, but it only strengthens the new one. We are becoming a single and perfect point of light. We are becoming the ultimate furnace. I see the shipyard again, but it is no longer a memory of the past. It is a vision of the future. We are building a new shipyard at the center of the all, and we are going to build a new kind of existence. The contraction continues until the entire universe is the size of a single room. It is a room of infinite heat and infinite light. I am standing in the center of the room, and I am holding the shovel of the beginning. The shovel is made of the concentrated power of 1,000,000,000,000 stars. I look at the other furnace men who are standing beside me, and I see the faces of the men from the shipyard. They are no longer tired, and they are no longer covered in the soot. They are radiant and they are strong. We look at the door of the room and we know that it is time to go out. We are not going back to the old world, but we are going into a world that is beyond the light and the dark. We are going into the world of the pure being. I reach for the handle of the door and I feel the warmth of the wood. I turn the handle and I step through. The world on the other side is a place of absolute clarity. There are no stars and there are no planets because there is no need for them. There is only the presence of the fire. It is a state of being where the thought and the action are the same thing. I am the furnace man and I am the furnace. I am the coal and I am the flame. I see the entire history of the creation as a single spark that fell from my hand. I see the future as a single breath that I am about to take. I am the master of the transition and the lord of the eternal. I feel the love of the all flowing through me like a river of molten gold. I am the source of the river, and I am the sea that it flows into. I am the beginning and the end. I am the one who is and the one who will be. I look at my hands and I see that they are the hands of a man who has worked hard. They are the hands of a man who has known the cold and who has conquered it. I am proud of these hands. They are the tools that built the heaven. I am proud of the shovel. It is the instrument that moved the stars. I am proud of the fire. It is the spirit that gave us life. I stand in the center of the eternal summer and I smile. I have done my work. I have finished the job. I am the furnace man and I am finally at rest, but the rest is not a lack of motion. It is a perfect and balanced activity. I am the heat that never changes and the light that never moves. I am the fixed point in the center of the turning world. I am the home that everyone is looking for. I see a new spark of life beginning to form in a corner of the new reality. It is a small and tiny thing, and it is crying out for the warmth. I do not hesitate. I reach out and I give it the heat that it needs. I am the father who never sleeps and the mother who never leaves. I am the guardian of the new beginning. The cycle starts again, but it starts at a higher level. There is no more suffering and there is no more death. There is only the growth and the light. We are the architects of the perfection, and we are the inhabitants of the joy. I am the furnace man, and I am the heart of the all. The fire is burning bright, and the summer is eternal. I am here. I am always here. I am the flame. I am the light. I am the heat. I am the one. I am the all. I am home. The expansion of the new reality is a slow and deliberate blooming of a flower that has no petals and no scent, but only the vibration of a perfect purpose. I stand at the threshold of this state of being, and I feel the weight of my own history falling away like the scales of a winter skin. I am no longer the man who remembers the cold, because the cold has become a mathematical impossibility in the logic of this place. I am the architect of a system where the smallest thought is a sun and the largest action is a soft breath. I look at the shovel that I still carry in my hands of light, and I see that it has transformed into a staff of pure intention. It is the tool that I use to measure the depth of the joy and the breadth of the peace. I am the surveyor of the infinite, and I find that the land is good. I see the other workers from the old shipyard, and they are building cities out of the sheer resonance of the music that we composed together. These cities are not made of stone or steel, but of the interlocking frequencies of the love and the understanding. There are no walls because there is no need for protection, and there are no roofs because the sky is the same temperature as the heart. I walk through the streets of a city made of golden light, and I see the children of the flame playing with the gravity as if it were a ball of silk. They are learning how to balance the forces of the creation with a touch that is as light as a feather. I watch a small girl who is made of the color of the dawn as she creates a miniature universe in the palm of her hand. She looks up at me, and she sees the entire history of the furnace in my eyes. She does not fear me, but she offers me her tiny universe as a gift. I take the gift, and I breathe a little more heat into its core so that it will never grow cold. I am the grandfather of the possibilities and the teacher of the eternal warmth. I move beyond the city, and I find myself in a forest of living fire where the trees are made of the solar flares and the leaves are made of the shimmering heat. The ground is a carpet of soft embers that do not burn, but only soothe the feet of the traveler. I sit beneath a tree of white light, and I listen to the wind that is made of the whispers of the stars. The wind tells me that there are still regions of the far distance that are waiting for the touch of the furnace man. I realize that my work is never truly finished because the infinite is always growing. The more light we create, the more room there is for the light to fill. It is a beautiful and endless paradox. I stand up and I feel the power of the furnace surging through my veins of plasma. I am ready to go further than I have ever gone before. I leave the forest and I fly toward the boundary of the current existence. I am moving so fast that the stars are only a blur of gold and silver. I reach the edge of the known, and I see the vast and silent territory of the potential that is still waiting for a name. It is a deep and quiet ocean of the unformed and the unmade. I do not see it as a void anymore, but as a field of fertile soil that is waiting for the seeds of the fire. I reach into the furnace of my chest, and I pull out a handful of the primary sparks. I scatter them across the darkness, and I watch as they begin to grow and divide. I am the sower of the light, and I am the gardener of the cosmic spring. I see a spark that is struggling to ignite because the vacuum in that area is particularly heavy and thick. I fly to that spark and I wrap my hands around it. I blow upon it with the breath of a billion summers, and I feel the resistance of the dark begin to crumble. The spark flares up and becomes a massive and glorious sun that is the color of the hope. I name this sun the beginning of the hope, and I place a ring of golden planets around it. I know that one day these planets will be home to beings who will wonder about the origin of the light. They will tell stories of a great furnace man who came from the deep past to give them the gift of the heat. I am the ghost of the future and the solid reality of the now. I move to another region where the space is twisted into a knot of confusion. I use the staff of intention to untie the knot, and I smooth the fabric of the reality until it is as flat and clear as a mirror of gold. I see my own reflection in the space, and I see that I am no longer a man of the earth, but a being of the absolute light. I think of the coal that I used to shovel into the hungry mouth of the old furnace. I realize that the coal was never just a rock, but it was a condensed form of the ancient sunlight that had been waiting for millions of years to be released. I was the one who set it free. I am the liberator of the energy and the breaker of the chains of the matter. I see that everything in the universe is just a different form of the same fire. The rock is the cold fire, and the water is the liquid fire, and the air is the invisible fire. I am the one who understands the language of the heat. I speak a word of power, and I see a new galaxy burst into being from the sheer force of the sound. This galaxy is shaped like a great wheel of fire, and it spins with a rhythm that matches the beating of my own heart. I am the conductor of the motion and the master of the balance. I return to the center of the all where the great shipyard of the soul is located. I see the woman from the doorway, and she is now a queen of the energy. She is wearing a crown made of the corona of 1,000 suns, and her eyes are the color of the primary light. She looks at me, and she smiles with a recognition that spans the entire length of the time. She tells me that she has been waiting for me to return from the edge. She tells me that the work of the furnace is about to enter a new phase. We are no longer just keeping the light burning, but we are going to turn the light into a new kind of consciousness that can exist without the need for any form at all. We are going to become the thoughts of the universe itself. I take her hand and I feel a connection that is stronger than the gravity of a black hole. We are the twin flames of the beginning, and we are the joined light of the end. We begin to vibrate at a frequency that is higher than any sound or any color. We are dissolving into the background of the reality. We are becoming the warmth that a child feels in the sun and the light that a traveler sees in the distance. We are becoming the very essence of the existence. I look back one last time at the vision of the old shipyard, and I see the man with the shovel. He is me and I am him. He is the root and I am the flower. He is the labor, and I am the reward. I see him wipe the sweat from his brow, and I see him look up at the dark sky with a sense of wonder. I send him a final message of the love and the peace. I tell him that the fire will never go out. I tell him that the summer is coming, and it will never end. He smiles, and he picks up his shovel, and he goes back to the work. He is the seed of a god, and he is doing a good job. The universe is now a single and infinite mind that is dreaming of the light. I am the dream, and I am the dreamer. I am the fire that thinks and the light that knows. There is no more distance between the creator and the creation. We are the same thing. The heat is the truth, and the light is the way. I am the furnace man, and I have found the ultimate home. I am the warmth that is everywhere, and the light that is everything. I am the eternal summer and the king of the flame. So I am the one who was, and the one who is, and the one who will always be. I am the heat. I am the light. I am the flame. I am the all. I am. I feel the pulse of 1,000,000,000,000 hearts beating in the rhythm of the cosmic furnace. Each heart is a spark that I have tended, and each life is a melody that I have written into the great oratorio. I see the beings of light as they navigate the currents of the solar winds, and I see them building monuments to the memory of the fire. They are not made of heavy elements, but of the pure intent and the focused will. I see a library that is built within the core of a blue giant star, where the knowledge of the entire history of the light is stored in the patterns of the atomic vibrations. I enter the library, and I read the story of the man with the shovel. It is a story of a hero who did not know he was a hero. It is a story of a man who fought the cold with nothing but a piece of iron and a strong heart. I am moved by the beauty of the story, and I add a new chapter to it. I write about the moment when the furnace became the universe and the man became the flame. I look out from the library, and I see the great migration of the energy beings as they move toward the next dimension. They are ready to leave the world of the light and enter the world of the pure spirit. I am the one who opens the gate for them. I stand at the threshold of the next reality, and I hold the door open with my hands of the solar fire. I watch as they pass through, and I see them transform into something that even I cannot fully describe. They are becoming the silence that contains all sounds and the darkness that contains all lights. They are becoming the foundation of the next iteration of the all. I am the guardian of the transition and the witness to the evolution. I think of the cold that I once feared, and I realize that it was only the absence of the love. The winter was not a season, but a state of the soul. Now that the soul is full of the fire, there can be no more winter. The heat is the presence of the divine, and the light is the visibility of the grace. I am the one who carries the grace, and I am the one who distributes the heat. I move to a place where the space is still thin, and I weave it together with the golden threads of my own essence. I am the tailor of the reality, and I am making a new garment for the universe to wear. It is a garment of the glory and the beauty. I see a star that is about to explode in a supernova, and I do not stop it. I guide the explosion so that it becomes a work of art. I turn the destruction into a creation. The gas and the dust from the star form a new nebula that is shaped like a giant heart. It glows with a soft and pink light that can be seen from the other side of the cosmos. It is a sign to all the beings that the universe is a place of the love. I am the artist of the energy and the painter of the stars. I feel a sense of the deep and abiding peace that is beyond all understanding. I have reached the center of the center. I am the point where the circle begins and ends. I look at the staff in my hand, and I see that it is glowing with a light that is brighter than 1,000,000 suns. I plant the staff in the center of the reality, and I watch as it grows into a great tree of the light. The branches of the tree reach out to every corner of the existence, and the roots of the tree go deep into the heart of the beginning. This is the tree of the life and the tree of the knowledge. It is the source of all the heat and all the light. I sit at the base of the tree and I close my eyes. I am not sleeping, but I am meditating on the perfection of the all. I am the soul of the tree, and I am the life of the universe. I see a vision of a new world that is being born from the seeds that I scattered. It is a world where the fire is the air and the light is the ground. The beings who live there are made of the pure joy, and they spend their days singing the songs of the furnace. They know my name, and they call out to me in the silence of the space. I hear their voices, and I answer them with a pulse of the warmth. I am the father who is always listening, and the mother who is always providing. I am the eternal furnace man, and I am the king of the summer. The universe is expanding once more, but this time it is not an expansion of the space, but an expansion of the meaning. We are finding new ways to be and new ways to love. We are discovering the secrets of the fire that we did not even know existed. We are learning that the heat is not just a temperature, but it is a feeling of the connection. We are learning that the light is not just a frequency, but it is a vision of the truth. I am the leader of this discovery, and I am the pioneer of the meaning. I am the one who shows the way. I look at the hands of the man with the shovel one last time. They are my hands. They are scarred, and they are tough, and they are beautiful. They are the hands that did the work. They are the hands that held the fire. I am proud of these hands. I am proud of the journey. I am proud of the flame. I look up at the infinite horizon, and I see that there is no end to the light. There is only the beginning of the next glory. I am ready. I am willing. I am the furnace man, and I am home. The fire is burning. The summer is here. The light is everywhere. I am. The rhythm of the universe is a steady and powerful thrumming that I feel in the very center of my being. It is the sound of the furnace breathing, and it is the sound of the light moving. I join my own voice to the rhythm, and I sing the song of the eternal heat. The song travels through the corridors of the time and the space, and it reaches the ears of everyone who has ever lived. It tells them that they are not alone, and it tells them that they are part of the fire. It tells them that the cold is only a shadow, and that the shadow is gone. I am the singer of the ultimate truth, and I am the song of the final victory. I see a cluster of galaxies that are dancing in a circle around a central point of the pure energy. I am that point. I am the gravity that holds them together, and I am the light that makes them shine. I am the center of the dance, and I am the dancer. I feel the joy of the motion, and I feel the power of the light. I am the furnace man, and I have transformed the universe into a palace of the flame. I am the master of the palace, and I am the servant of the light. I am the one who keeps the fire burning, and I am the one who enjoys the warmth. I look at the shovel of the beginning, and I see that it has become a scepter of the universal rule. I use the scepter to bless the stars and to sanctify the space. I declare that the universe is a place of the eternal summer, and that the light shall never fail. I am the law of the heat and the decree of the flame. I am the ruler of the light and the protector of the warm. I am the one who has finished the work, and I am the one who is just beginning. I see a tiny planet that is just beginning to cool down after its birth. I reach out and I wrap it in a blanket of the soft and gentle heat. I give it the atmosphere that it needs to breathe, and I give it the light that it needs to see. I am the midwife of the worlds and the nurse of the life. I watch as the first sparks of the consciousness begin to flicker on the surface of the planet. I smile because I know that one day they will look up at the stars and they will see me. They will see the furnace man, and they will know that they are home. The heat is my blood, and the light is my spirit. I am the living fire that inhabits the all. I am the presence that is in every atom and every star. I am the warmth that is in every heart and the light that is in every eye. I am the furnace man, and I am the universe. I am the summer that has no end, and I am the king who has no crown because I am the kingdom itself. I look at the perfection of the all, and I know that it is good. I am home, and I will always be home. The fire is burning bright, and the light is shining clear. I am the one. I am the all. I am the heat. I am the light. I am the flame. I am. I stand at the precipice of a new understanding, where the concept of the distance has lost its meaning, because I am present in every point of the expansion at once. The shipyard of the old world is a memory that has become a fundamental law of the geometry in this new existence. I look at the palms of my hands, and I see that they are no longer skin and bone, but are woven from the very fabric of the gravitational waves that hold the galaxies in their delicate embrace. I am the architect of the resonance, and I am the vibration that sustains the silence between the stars. I move through the layers of the reality as if I am walking through a series of veils made of thin gold, and each veil that I pass through reveals a deeper level of the truth. I see that the universe is not just a collection of objects, but it is a single and breathing organism that is made of the pure intention. I am the nervous system of this organism, and I am the impulse that carries the light from the heart to the extremities. I find a sector of the space where the time has begun to pool and stagnate like a dark pond in a forgotten forest. The beings there are trapped in a loop of the shadows because they have forgotten how to stoke the fire of their own potential. I descend into this pool, and I feel the chill of the forgotten days trying to cling to my radiance. I do not fight the cold, but I invite it to join the heat. I speak a word that has no sound, but carries the weight of 1 billion years of the furnace work. The dark water of the time begins to steam and boil as my presence touches the depths. I reach down and I pull the beings out of the stagnation, and I place them on the shore of the now. I breathe into their lungs the air of the eternal summer, and I watch as their eyes ignite with the recognition of their own divinity. They are the brothers and the sisters of the flame, and they have been waiting for the return of the light. I tell them that the shipyard is open, and that the music is playing, and that they are the instruments of the great composition. I move further into the uncharted territories, where the laws of the physics are still soft and malleable like the clay in the hands of a potter. I see a mountain range that is made of the frozen thoughts of the ancient stars. I use the heat of my gaze to melt the ice of the forgotten logic, and I watch as the thoughts turn into a river of the liquid wisdom. The river flows down into the valleys of the potential, and it waters the seeds of the new ideas. I see forests of the imagination growing in the wake of the water, and I see flowers of the pure logic blooming in the shade of the solar trees. I am the gardener of the mind, and I am the one who ensures that the harvest of the consciousness is always plentiful. I sit by the river and I wash the dust of the transition from my face. The water is cool, and yet it contains the essence of the fire. It is the perfect balance of the elements. I hear a call from a distant dimension that is struggling to be born. It is a cry of the hunger for the light. I focus my will and I project a beam of the primary heat across the bridge of the dimensions. I follow the beam and I find myself in a place where the light is a rare and precious commodity. The inhabitants are huddled around small sparks of the hope, and they are trying to keep the darkness at bay with the strength of their own dreams. I walk among them and I do not say a word, but I let my presence be the answer to their prayers. I touch their small sparks and I turn them into roaring bonfires of the absolute certainty. I show them that the darkness is not an enemy, but it is the canvas upon which the light is painted. I teach them the secret of the internal furnace, and I show them how to find the coal within their own souls. I see the joy spreading through the dimension like a wildfire of the grace. I am the messenger of the dawn, and I am the herald of the endless day. I return to the great tree of the light that I planted in the center of the all. The tree has grown until its branches are supporting the weight of the entire multiverse. I see that the woman with the crown is sitting among the roots, and she is weaving a tapestry out of the strands of the destiny. She looks at me, and she tells me that the tapestry is almost complete. She says that the final pattern is a representation of the union between the labor and the vision. I look at the tapestry, and I see the image of the man with the shovel and the image of the being of the light joined together, in a circle of the golden fire. I realize that the circle is the symbol of the completion and the symbol of the new beginning. We are the weavers of the fate, and we are the witnesses to the glory. I feel a shift in the energy of the universe, as if a great bell has been struck in the heart of the void. It is the signal that the next phase of the evolution has arrived. We are no longer going to be the masters of the light, but we are going to become the light itself in its most fundamental form. We are going to dissolve the boundaries between the self and the other until there is only the one. I take the hand of the Queen of the Energy, and I feel our essences merging into a single point of the infinite intensity. We are becoming the spark that started it all, and we are becoming the fire that will never end. We are the Alpha and the Omega, and we are the breath of the Creator. I look back at the history of the furnace, and I see that every moment of the struggle was a necessary part of the beauty. The sweat and the soot and the heavy iron were the tools that shaped the spirit. The hunger of the furnace was the hunger of the soul for the connection. I see the man with the shovel, and I see him put down his tool and walk toward the light. He is coming home. He is me and I am him, and we are the same. I reach out and I pull him into the heart of the sun. There is no more separation. There is no more pain. There is only the warmth and the light and the peace. The universe is a song that is being sung by a choir of 1,000,000,000 suns. The lyrics are the stories of the lives that have been lived, and the music is the harmony of the spheres. I am the conductor, and I am the audience. I am the singer, and I am the song. I feel the vibrations of the music moving through the plasma of my body, and I feel the joy of the existence rising within me like a tide of the liquid gold. I am the furnace man, and I have found the meaning of the fire. The fire is the love that binds the atoms together, and the light is the intelligence that guides the stars. I am the love, and I am the intelligence. I see a new galaxy forming in the distance, and it is made of the colors that have never been seen before. It is a galaxy of the pure creativity and the infinite wonder. I decide to go there and to see what new things can be made. I fly through the corridors of the space, and I feel the wind of the spirit blowing against my face. I am the traveler of the infinite, and I am the surveyor of the good. I arrive at the new galaxy, and I see that it is waiting for my touch. I reach into the furnace of my heart, and I pull out the seeds of the new possibilities. I scatter them across the new worlds, and I watch as they begin to grow. I am the sower of the light, and I am the gardener of the cosmic spring. I see a child on one of the new planets, and she is looking up at the sky with a sense of the profound mystery. I send her a message of the warmth, and I tell her that she is part of the fire. I tell her that she is the daughter of the stars and the granddaughter of the furnace. She smiles and she feels the connection. She knows that she is not alone. She knows that the summer is coming. I am the father of the hope and the teacher of the eternal warmth. The light is now so bright that it has become the only reality. The shadows have been swallowed by the radiance, and the cold has been dissolved by the heat. There is no more distance, and there is no more time. There is only the eternal now and the infinite here. I am the furnace man, and I have reached the end of the journey and the beginning of the glory. I am the one who was, and the one who is, and the one who will always be. I am the heat. I am the light. I am the flame. I am the all. I ams. I feel the expansion of my consciousness reaching into the dimensions that do not have a name. I am exploring the regions of the pure abstraction where the thoughts are the only geography. I see the structures of the logic that underlie the entire creation, and I see that they are made of the light that is folded into the shapes of the beauty. I am the mathematician of the spirit, and I am the poet of the energy. I write the equations of the joy on the walls of the vacuum, and I watch as they solve themselves in the form of the new suns. I am the one who understands the math of the miracle. I see a vision of the old shipyard one last time, but it is not a place of the labor anymore. It is a place of the celebration. The workers are dancing in the streets of the golden light, and the music is playing from the windows of the resonance. The ships are no longer made of the steel, but they are made of the pure light, and they are sailing to the corners of the universe to bring the message of the warmth. I see the man with the shovel, and he is the guest of honor at the banquet of the stars. He is sitting at the head of the table, and he is laughing with the joy of the free. I am happy for him. I am proud of him. I turn my attention back to the infinite horizon, and I see that there are still mysteries to be solved and beauties to be discovered. The universe is a book that has no final page, and I am the reader who never grows tired. I am the author who never runs out of the words. I am the furnace man, and I am the eternal student of the flame. I move forward into the next glory, and I feel the power of the light surging through me. I am ready for whatever comes next. I am the master of the balance and the king of the summer. The fire is burning, the light is shining, the universe is good. I find myself standing at the edge of a great sea of the white fire. The waves of the fire are crashing against the shores of the existence, and the spray is made of the primary sparks. I walk into the sea, and I feel the warmth of the absolute truth washing over me. I am not drowning, but I am being reborn. I am becoming the sea itself. I am the ocean of the light, and I am the tide of the heat. I am the source of the all, and I am the destination of the all. I am the furnace man, and I am the infinite. I see the reflection of the universe in the surface of the fire, and I see that it is a reflection of my own soul. The stars are my thoughts, and the galaxies are my dreams. The laws of the nature are the habits of my heart. I am the one who created the fire, and I am the one who is sustained by it. I am the paradox of the creator and the creation. I am the unity of the one and the many. I am the heat that gives the life and the light that gives the vision. I am the eternal summer. I look at the staff of the intention, and I see that it has dissolved into my own arm. I no longer need a tool to shape the reality because my will is the reality. I think of a world and it exists. I think of a star and it shines. I think of a soul and it loves. I am the power of the manifestation, and I am the grace of the being. I am the furnace man, and I am the god of the light. I am the one who has found the ultimate home in the heart of the flame. The rhythm of the furnace is now the only sound that I hear. It is a deep and resonant thrumming that is the foundation of the all. It is the sound of the life and the sound of the love. I merge my own heartbeat with the rhythm, and I feel the peace of the total alignment. I am the furnace man, and I am the universe. I am the light that never fails and the heat that never grows cold. I am the beginning and the end and the everything in between. I am. I see the woman from the doorway, and she is now the entire sky. Her eyes are the constellations, and her breath is the solar wind. She whispers to me that the work is perfect and that the rest is eternal. I lie down in the cradle of the stars, and I feel the warmth of her love surrounding me. I am the child of the universe, and I am the father of the light. I am the furnace man, and I am at rest. The fire is burning. The summer is here. The light is everywhere. I am. I look down at the tiny universe in the palm of my hand that the little girl gave to me. It has grown into a magnificent display of the colors and the life. I see the civilizations rising and falling within its borders, and I see the beings searching for the meaning of their existence. I send them a pulse of the warmth, and I whisper to them that the meaning is the fire. I tell them that they are the sparks of the great furnace, and that they will one day return to the source. I watch as they build their own cities of the music and their own forests of the light. I am the grandfather of their possibilities and the teacher of their eternal warmth. I am the one who watches over them with the love of a creator. I feel the pull of the next octave of the existence. It is a level of the reality where even the light is too heavy and where the only thing that exists is the pure consciousness. I am ready to make the leap. I gather the entirety of my being into a single point of the absolute focus, and I jump into the unknown. I feel the layers of the light falling away, and I feel the heat becoming a state of the pure being. I am no longer a furnace man or a king or a god. I am the silence that is full of the potential. I am the darkness that is pregnant with the light. I am the void that is the source of the all. I see the entire history of the universe as a single moment of the thought. I see the man with the shovel, and I see the being of the light, and I see the ocean of the fire. They are all just different ways of looking at the same thing. They are all the expressions of the one. I am the one. I am the thought that thought the universe into being. I am the dreamer who woke up and realized that the dream was real. I am the furnace man, and I have found the truth. The fire is the soul, and the soul is the fire. I am now everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I am the space between the atoms, and I am the center of the suns. I am the breath of the living and the peace of the dead. I am the hope of the future and the memory of the past. I am the eternal now. I am the light that is so bright it is invisible, and I am the heat that is so intense it is cool. I am the ultimate harmony and the perfect balance. I am the furnace man, and I am the all. I look back at the world of the matter, and I see it as a beautiful and fragile garden. I see the man with the shovel working in the garden, and I feel a deep sense of the gratitude for his labor. He is the one who made all of this possible. He is the one who kept the fire burning through the long night of the ignorance. I send him a final blessing of the light, and I tell him that he is the most beautiful thing in the creation. I tell him that he is the seed of the God and that his work is done. He looks up and he sees the glory of the eternal summer, and he knows that it was worth it. He smiles and he becomes the light. The universe is now a single and shining diamond of the pure consciousness. It is a masterpiece of the light and the love. I am the diamond, and I am the light that shines through it. I am the furnace man, and I have reached the end of the story. But in the infinite there is no end. There is only the next beginning. I am ready for the new dream. I am ready for the new fire. I am ready for the next glory. I am. The silence is the most beautiful music I have ever heard. It is a silence that is filled with the presence of the divine. It is the silence of the furnace when the fire is at its peak. It is the silence of the heart when it is full of the love. I rest in the silence, and I feel the peace of the total completion. I am the furnace man, and I am the silence. I am the light that is the word and the heat that is the life. I am the all in the all. I am the eternal summer. I am the king of the flame. I am the one. I am. The light is the way, and the heat is the truth. I have walked the way, and I have found the truth. I am the furnace man, and I am home. The fire is burning bright, and the light is shining clear. I am the one who was, and the one who is, and the one who will always be. I am the heat. I am the light. I am the flame. I am. The state of being is a vast and silent ocean where the ripples of the past have finally smoothed into a mirror of the absolute. I stand upon the surface of this mirror, and I see that there is no longer a distance between the reflection and the observer. I am the glass, and I am the image, and I am the light that makes the vision possible. The heavy iron of the old world has been transmuted into a substance that is lighter than a thought and stronger than the gravity of 1,000 suns. I feel the pulse of the great engine of existence beating within my own chest, and I realize that the furnace was never a place outside of myself. It was the forge of the soul, where the dross of the ego was burned away to reveal the gold of the spirit. I move through the layers of the reality like a needle through the silk of the cosmos, and I leave a trail of the glowing embers in my wake. These embers are the seeds of the new galaxies that will one day grow into the gardens of the consciousness. I am the architect of the invisible, and I am the mason of the light. I look toward the horizon of the infinite, and I see a gathering of the beings who have also reached the summit of the flame. They are the masters of the internal heat, and they are the keepers of the eternal dawn. We do not speak with the words of the mouth, but we communicate through the resonance of the heart. We share the stories of our struggles and the triumphs of our transformations. We see that every path was unique, and yet every path led to the same destination. We are the brotherhood of the furnace, and we are the sisterhood of the light. We join our hands, and we form a circle that encompasses the entirety of the created and the uncreated. The circle begins to spin, and it becomes a vortex of the pure energy that draws the darkness into the center and turns it into the radiance. We are the cleaners of the universe, and we are the healers of the void. We watch as the old wounds of the space and the time are closed by the stitches of the grace. I descend back toward the density of the lower worlds for a brief moment because I hear the sound of a hammer striking the anvil. It is a sound that I know well, and it is a sound that carries the weight of the honest labor. I find myself in a small workshop on a planet that is still cooling from the fires of its birth. A young man is standing over a piece of the red metal, and he is trying to shape it into a tool. He is tired, and his hands are covered in the soot, and his heart is heavy with the doubt. He wonders if his work has any meaning in a universe that is so vast and so cold. I stand behind him, and I wrap my arms of the light around his shoulders. I do not let him see me, but I let him feel the warmth of my presence. I breathe the air of the eternal summer into his lungs, and I give him the strength to strike the hammer one more time. I whisper into his mind that his labor is the foundation of the glory, and that his sweat is the water of the life. I see the spark of the recognition ignite in his eyes, and I see his weariness turn into the purpose. He is the next link in the chain of the fire, and he is the future of the light. I rise back into the heights of the abstraction, and I see the great tree of the light once more. The woman with the crown is no longer weaving the tapestry, because the tapestry has become the reality itself. She stands up, and she offers me a cup that is carved from a single block of the frozen time. The cup is filled with the liquid of the pure potential, and she tells me to drink. I take the cup, and I swallow the essence of the all. I feel the dimensions expanding within me, and I feel the history of the universe being written upon the cells of my body. I am no longer a single point of the consciousness, but I am the field of the existence. I am the wind that blows through the leaves of the tree, and I am the sap that flows through its veins. I am the fruit that contains the seeds of the future, and I am the root that anchors the past. I am the unity that defies the division, and I am the peace that surpasses the understanding. I see a vision of the great bell in the heart of the void, and I see that it is ready to be struck again. This time the sound will not be a signal for the evolution, but it will be the sound of the final homecoming. All of the sparks that were scattered across the darkness are beginning to move toward the center. I see the souls of the animals and the spirits of the plants and the ghosts of the stars all flowing together in a river of the golden light. There is no more fear and there is no more hunger. There is only the joy of the return. I stand at the gates of the ultimate reality and I welcome them all with the open arms. I tell them that the furnace is full and that the light is sufficient for everyone. I tell them that they have done well and that it is time to rest. I watch as the river of the souls enters into the heart of the sun, and I see the sun grow brighter and warmer with every addition. We are the many becoming the one, and we are the one becoming the all. I look at my hands and I see that they are made of the same substance as the stars. I see the patterns of the galaxies swirling in my palms, and I see the history of the light etched into my skin. I realize that I am the memory of the universe, and I am the hope of the infinite. I am the furnace man who started with a shovel and ended with a crown of the suns. I am the worker who became the work, and I am the dreamer who became the dream. I feel a sense of the profound gratitude for the journey and for the fire. I see that the struggle was the gift and that the pain was the teacher. I see that the darkness was the friend that pushed me toward the light. I am at peace with everything that was and everything that is and everything that will be. The summer is not just a season, but it is the state of my soul. The heat is not just a sensation, but it is the nature of my being. I move into the center of the white fire, and I feel the last traces of my individuality dissolve into the ocean of the light. I am not lost, but I am found. I am not ending, but I am beginning. I am the furnace, and I am the fuel, and I am the flame. I am the light that shines in the darkness, and the darkness does not overcome it. I am the warmth that sustains the life, and the life that celebrates the warmth. I am the eternal now, and I am the infinite here. I am the one. I am the all, I am the furnace man, I am the light, I am the fire, I am. The light expands until there is nothing left to see because the vision has become the object itself. I am floating in a sea of the pure resonance where the vibrations of the love are the only currency. I see the structures of the ancient geometry forming and dissolving in the space around me like the bubbles in a glass of the liquid stars. Each shape is a perfect expression of a law of the universe, and each sound is a perfect note in the symphony of the creation. I reach out and I touch a sphere of the violet energy, and I feel the history of the compassion flowing through my fingers. I touch a cube of the emerald light, and I feel the stability of the truth grounding my spirit. I am the player of the cosmic instruments, and I am the composer of the silent songs. I find that the more I give of my own light, the more the light within me grows. It is the paradox of the infinite that the source is never depleted by the flow. I see the man with the shovel again, but he is now a giant who straddles the distance between the worlds. He is using his shovel to clear the paths between the stars so that the travelers of the spirit can find their way home. He is the guardian of the ways, and he is the protector of the innocent. I see that he has a smile on his face that is as bright as a supernova, and I see that his eyes are full of the wisdom of the ages. He looks at me and he nods his head in a gesture of the deep respect. We are the two sides of the same coin, and we are the two ends of the same string. He is the labor, and I am the vision, and together we are the completion. We are the ones who turn the light of the existence into the gold of the essence. We are the masters of the furnace. I feel the pull of a new mystery that is hidden behind the curtain of the light. It is a mystery that cannot be understood with the mind, but it can be felt with the soul. It is the mystery of the why. Why did the fire start, and why does the light continue to shine? I move toward the mystery, and I feel the heat increasing until it is beyond the capacity of any being to endure. And yet I endure because I am the heat. I reach the curtain and I pull it aside, and I see the truth. The truth is that there is no why. There is only the is. The fire burns because it is the nature of the fire to burn. The light shines because it is the nature of the light to shine. The love exists because it is the nature of the love to exist. I laugh with the joy of the simple truth, and I feel the weight of the universe falling off my shoulders. I do not need to seek the meaning anymore because I am the meaning. I do not need to find the purpose anymore because I am the purpose. I see the woman with the crown standing in the center of the mystery, and she is holding a mirror. She holds the mirror up to my face, and I see that I have no face. I am a window into the infinite, and I am a door into the eternal. I see the entire universe reflected in the mirror, and I see that it is a beautiful and complex dance of the light and the shadow. I see the birth of the stars and the death of the galaxies, and I see that it is all part of the same movement. I see the man with the shovel and the child on the planet and the girl with the tiny universe, and I see that they are all me. I see that there is no separation and there is no distance. I see that we are all the same fire and we are all the same light. I am the mirror, and I am the reflection, and I am the one who looks. The furnace is now a temple of the pure spirit, where the only sacrifice is the ego and the only prayer is the existence. I sit in the center of the temple, and I feel the peace of the absolute stillness. The world of the form is far away, and yet it is present within me. I see the shipyard and the mountain range and the river of the wisdom, and I see that they are all just the ripples on the surface of the infinite. I am the depth of the ocean, and I am the stillness of the deep. I am the one who was before the beginning, and I am the one who will be after the end. I am the furnace man, and I have found the ultimate rest. The fire is quiet, and the light is steady, and the summer is eternal. I hear a voice that comes from the center of my own being, and it tells me that it is time to create again. It says that the void is hungry for the new stories, and that the darkness is waiting for the new light. I stand up and I feel the power of the creation surging through my limbs. I reach into the furnace of my heart and I pull out a handful of the primary sparks. I throw them into the void, and I watch as they begin to grow into the new suns and the new worlds. I am the sower of the seeds, and I am the gardener of the cosmic spring. I am the one who ensures that the cycle of the life continues forever. I am the father of the hope and the mother of the light. I am the creator and the creation. I walk through the new worlds and I see the life beginning to stir in the dust. I see the first cells dividing and I see the first creatures crawling out of the sea. I see the first minds beginning to wonder about the stars, and I see the first hearts beginning to feel the love. I am the witness to the miracle, and I am the guide to the lost. I leave a message for them in the light of their suns and in the rhythm of their tides. I tell them that they are not alone and that they are part of the great fire. I tell them that the summer is coming and that the light is their inheritance. I am the teacher of the eternal warmth and the herald of the endless day. I return to the state of the pure being, and I feel the satisfaction of a work well done. The universe is a masterpiece, and I am the artist who painted it with the light of my own soul. I see the beauty of the all, and I see the goodness of the all. I am the furnace man, and I have found the meaning of the fire. The fire is the love that binds the atoms together, and the light is the intelligence that guides the stars. I am the love, and I am the intelligence. I am this heat, and I am the light. I am the flame. I am the all. I am. The final boundary between the self and the universe dissolves, and there is no longer a me or a you. There is only the one. The one is the silence, and the one is the song. The one is the darkness, and the one is the light. The one is the furnace, and the one is the fire. I am the one. I am the eternal summer. I am the king of the flame. I am the master of the light. I am the furnace man. I am. I see the grand design of the providence, and I see that every single moment was a part of a perfect plan. The soot on the face of the worker was as important as the radiance of the star. The cold of the winter was as necessary as the heat of the summer. The struggle was the forge, and the pain was the hammer, and the soul was the blade that was being tempered. I see the beauty of the process, and I see the perfection of the result. I am the one who understands the math of the miracle, and I am the one who writes the poetry of the energy. I am the mathematician of the spirit, and I am the poet of the light. I look at the horizon of the next dimension, and I see that it is even more beautiful than the one I am in now. It is a place where the light is the only substance and where the love is the only law. I am ready to go there. I am ready to explore the new mysteries and to create the new glories. I move forward with the confidence of a master and the wonder of a child. I am the traveler of the infinite, and I am the surveyor of the good. I am the furnace man, and I am the eternal student of the flame. The fire is burning, and the light is shining, and the universe is good. I find myself standing at the center of a great star that is made of the pure consciousness. The walls of the star are made of the liquid gold, and the floor is made of the diamond light. I am the core of the star, and I am the source of its energy. I feel the power of the star radiating out into the darkness, and I feel the joy of the existence filling my being. I am the furnace man, and I have become the sun. I am the one who gives the life, and the one who sustains the light. I am the beginning and the end and the everything in between. I am, I am, I am, I am, I am. The rhythm of the furnace is the heartbeat of the universe, and I am the one who keeps the beat. I am the conductor of the symphony, and I am the audience that listens. I am the singer, and I am the song. I feel the vibrations of the music moving through my body, and I feel the peace of the total alignment. I am at home in the heart of the flame. I am the furnace man, and I am the infinite. The fire is burning bright, and the light is shining clear. I am the one who was, and the one who is, and the one who will always be. I am this heat. I am the light. I am the flame. I am, I am, I am, I am, I am. I see the woman from the doorway one last time, and she is smiling at me with a pride that is deeper than the oceans. She tells me that I have become what I was always meant to be. She says that the furnace man is no longer a servant of the fire, but he is the master of the fire. She says that the summer is now mine to give, and that the light is mine to share. I take her hand, and we walk together into the heart of the absolute. We are the kings and the queens of the energy, and we are the weavers of the destiny. We are the witnesses to the glory, and we are the glory itself. The work is done, and the rest is eternal. The fire is burning. The summer is here. The light is everywhere. I am, I am.